Chapter 952. The other party was also a summoner. And she was obviously not weak. Most summoners on the mainland were from the Zhao state. The remaining 10% were freelance summoners. But even freelance summoners had to be certified by the Zhao state before they could become a real summoner. Before Bing Ling came to Zhou state, she had asked around and found out that there hadn't been a decent summoner in Zhou state for many years. He had also never heard that the regent Yi Baiming, one of the Wuji New 5 Jade Annulus, was a summoner. A thought flashed through his mind like a spark from a flint. Yun Xing of Zhou state. The consort of the regent of Great Zhou, Yun Xing of the Yun family, was a summoner. But, hadn't Yun Xing been captured by the second summoner a long time ago? The Emperor Zhao in red had ordered the capture of Yun Xing. It was a secret, but Bing Ling and the second summoner were close. One day, the second summoner had proudly bragged that he had captured the consort of the Prince Regent of Zhou state and was awarded a great merit. Bing Ling only knew about Yun Xing's identity. With her status in the Zhao state, she didn't know that Yun Xing was the descendant of Celestial Fox. But if the person in front of her was the regent of Great Zhou, Yun Xing, then who was the woman imprisoned in the Zhao state? Wait a minute, if she could capture the real Princess Regent's consort, then she would have made a great contribution. You're not Yi Baiming. You're the regent of Great Zhou, Yun Xing. Yun Xing, weren't you imprisoned in the Zhao state? Why are you here? Just as Bing Ling blurted out. There was a wave of magic, and a pitch-black canine magical beast the size of a wolf jumped out of the magic array. Compared to the Hell Lizard, this newly summoned magical beast was undoubtedly much smaller than the pony-sized Hell Lizard. The Hell Lizard was arrogant, and its hard shell stood up. It spat out black smoke at Xiao He, provoking it. Yun Xing had many magical beasts. This time, the one fighting the Hell Lizard was the sacred beast Xiao He. Xiao He was the first magical beast that Yun Xing had a contract with. According to Bo Bo, it was the descendant of the Tengu family, which was a mythical beast. Even among the mythical beasts, it was considered to be above average. A little black's eyes emitted a dark green light in the face of the Hell Lizard's provocation. Obviously, Blackie was infuriated. Yun Xing stared at the Hell Lizard. A dark attribute magical beast was not to be underestimated. Xiao He, hurry up. On the other side, a life and death battle was about to break out. On the other side, Bo Bo the sheep perched on Yun Xing's shoulder and shouted. Two magical beasts. And at the same time, how is this possible? Moreover, these two demonic beasts were clearly of extraordinary ranks. Bing Ling was dumbfounded. It was not that a summoner could not contract multiple magical beasts, but two sacred beasts were summoned at the same time. This was not a small matter. As they spoke, Xiao He and the Hell Lizard moved. Bing Ling's expression changed when she saw the magical waves of a sacred beast shining on the magical beast's body. Swoosh swoosh. The Hell Lizard's mouth was like an arrow as it spat out black mist. Its powerful limbs stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Xiao He was like an arrogant general. Its posture was elegant, and its hair stood on end. It let out a whistle and swallowed the black fog in one gulp. Xiao He did not care about the poisonous black smoke at all. Like a black hurricane, Little He pounced on him as soon as the whistling sound was heard. The Hell Lizard was sent flying. Almost at the same time, the Hell Lizard's long red barbed tongue wrapped tightly around Xiao He's neck like a whip. A smile appeared on Bing Ling's face. The Hell Lizard's poisonous smoke was only used to confuse enemies or magical beasts. The Hell Lizard's most powerful ability was its tongue. Those lizard tongues were capable of piercing through all types of armor and battle chi shields. Clang! It was as if two extremely hard objects had collided. The Hell Lizard's eyes were filled with fear. Its invincible tongue could only leave a faint mark on Xiao He's skin. It could not even scratch its skin, let alone seriously injure it. What a strong defense! Steward Longhua, who had been on tenterhooks, as well as Cheng and Bu, who were watching the battle, were shocked. Even for warriors like them, if they were to face the hell lizard's barbed tongue head-on, even if they did not bleed, the strength of the tongue alone would be enough to crush them into minced meat. It seemed to have felt everyone's gaze. A cold light flashed across Blackie's eyes. It waved its sharp claws and pierced the hell lizard's eyes. Tsk tisk. Xiao Hei's sharp claws dug out the hell lizard's eyes. The hell lizard's vision turned red, and it could not see anything clearly. It screamed in pain. Xiao Hei's attack was far from over. After its attack succeeded, it pulled out its sharp claws and used its powerful forelimbs to kick the hell lizard's body, which was at least a few times bigger than itself. This stomp shattered the hell lizard's spine and pierced its chest. Blood splattered everywhere. The hell lizard's heavy body instantly became delicate. Its barbed tongue drooped down, and it stopped breathing. Seeing that it had killed the hell lizard, Xiao Hei bit off the hell lizard's head. At the same time that the hell lizard was killed, Bing Ling's blood boiled. The hell lizard was Bing Ling's summoned beast. When the hell lizard died, Bing Ling's body was also severely injured. Bing Ling only realized that she had provoked a terrifying opponent when she was about to die. How dare you? I am from the Zhao state. If the second lord finds out, he will not let you go. Bing Ling was scared out of her wits when she saw that her magical beast was killed. Without her magical beast, she was just a lousy second-rate sorcerer. But she was still naive enough to think that using the name of the Zhao state could scare these people away. The second lord? Even if the red-clothed summoning emperor personally comes, this king will still kill him without hesitation. Yun Sheng shouted sternly. A dark heavenly thorn descended from the sky. The dark heavenly thorn hit Bing Ling's head. She screamed in pain, and her brain splattered all over the ground. She couldn't be more dead. Longhua, who was watching from the side, was shocked. He didn't expect that Wang Fei was not only a summoner, but her magic power was also amazing. What Longhua didn't know was that a part of Yun Sheng's magic power came from Yi Baiming. Even the dark heavenly thorn was a new dark magic that Yun Sheng learned after receiving a part of Yi Baiming's magic power. However, compared to Yi Baiming's Law Overlord level 6 heavenly thorns, Yun Sheng's magic power was still slightly inferior. But it was only a matter of time before she reached Yi Baiming's level of cultivation. Chapter 953. Seeing that Bing Ling had been killed, Wind Demon's originally calm face trembled a little. Wind Ghost's body was quickly wrapped up by a cloud of green wind. He turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. Advanced Wind Escape Magic. You have some skills. Yun Sheng said calmly. Your Highness, should we send someone to chase after him? Longhua had seen Wind Ghost's ability to escape. He was worried that after Wind Ghost escaped, the Zhao state's people would harm Yun Sheng if what happened today spread out. No, Taheo Jin has already caught up with him. It was only then that Longhua realized that the Golden Man, who had been following behind the princess like a ghost, had disappeared. Longhua didn't even realize when Jin Man had gone out. Yun Sheng also recalled that Bing Ling had said that she should be locked up in the Zhao state. What was going on? Before Yun Sheng could think about it, Taheo Jin came back with a head. Yun Sheng was very satisfied. Tycoon Jin's skills had improved a little compared to before. Yun Sheng didn't even do it herself. She killed a summoner and a sky mage in 15 minutes. All the Dark North guards, including Longhua, were stunned. They didn't expect that the princess, who looked delicate, was as powerful as the prince. Your Highness, thank you for your help this time. Longhua no longer hesitated and knelt down with the Dark North guards. Longhua had thought that the prince wanted to marry Yun Sheng partly because of her appearance and family background. But now it seemed that it was not so simple. His master had a good eye for people. There was a reason why he didn't choose Chen Lianer or He Linlin, but only fell in love with the princess. When she was a doctor, she could save lives. When she was a leader, she could kill decisively. No one dared to look down on such a woman. Today, if Bing Ling really won the gambling house, Long Hua could only apologize with his life. His life had been saved by Yun Sheng. Steward Long, you are the elder of His Highness and I will call you Uncle Hua from now on. Bai Ming is not here, so in order to avoid being tainted, I have no choice but to appear as him. I hope you can forgive me. Yun Sheng lifted the fire. Her words were sincere, and she treated Long Hua as an elder. Long Hua was moved. However, Cheng Bai and Bu Jiuxiao secretly admired Yun Sheng. They originally thought that they would have to use some tricks to subdue Long Hua, but they did not expect that Yun Sheng would be able to subdue Long Hua in just a few moves. With Long Hua's surrender, half of the Dark North Guards had surrendered. The only one left was Long Feng. Hearing that Yun Sheng was going to personally head to Jade Fall Valley to persuade Long Feng, Long Hua was still a bit worried. Long Feng is different from me. Other than the prince, he only recognizes strength. I am not afraid that princess will laugh at me. I returned to Jade Capital because I was chased out of Jade Fall Valley by Long Feng. Long Hua's face was red. Among the four Longs, although Long Hua was the oldest, Long Feng was still the strongest. Hence, Long Feng's words carried the most weight. The Dark North Guards under Long Feng were also stronger. Long Feng himself was a devil martial artist. The devil martial artists in the Dark North Guards were all trained by Long Feng. Since that is the case, I will follow his rules. Whoever's fist is bigger is the boss. Yun Sheng was even more confident after hearing that. Under Long Hua's lead, Yun Sheng arrived at Jade Fall Valley a few days later. From Long Hua's mouth, Yun Sheng knew that this place was previously the headquarters of Blood Hand Trench. She did not expect that the headquarters of Blood Hand Trench that was filled with ghastly qi had been modified by Yi Baiming to become such an excellent strategic location. Yun Sheng and the others had just entered the valley. She heard many poison crossbows being shot out from the bushes. The arrows emitted a cold light, and one of them shot at Yun Sheng's feet. How dare you! This is the consort of the Prince Regent. Quickly put down your bow. Long Hua was furious. These people actually wanted to kill the princess. You may recognize her as the princess, but my brothers and I did not. This woman is fickle. We still don't know if she is the one who murdered the prince. A hurricane drilled out from the ground. In the hurricane, a sturdy middle-aged man could be vaguely seen. Long Feng was a man in his 40s. He had thick eyebrows and a pair of sharp eyes. Different from the thin and weak appearance of other magicians, Long Feng was a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. On his body was a devil sword that was embedded with a devil beast soul stone. It could be used as a magic scepter and weapon at the same time. The moment Long Feng appeared, Yun Sheng felt a strong sense of hostility. Unlike Long Hua's kindness to Yun Sheng, Long Feng hated Yun Sheng. He thought that if the Prince Regent did not insist on marrying Yun Sheng, he would not have ended up like this. Long Feng's dislike of Yun Sheng was also related to He Linlin. Previously, when He Linlin was in Zhou State, she deliberately tried to curry favor with some of Yi Baiming's capable subordinates. Long Hua did not like He Linlin's arrogance, but Long Feng was different. He had fought with He Linlin, and Long Feng was defeated by He Linlin. In his life, Long Feng had only been defeated by two people. One was Yi Baiming, and the other was He Linlin. In his opinion, the strong deserved the strong. Their prince should marry a woman like He Linlin. However, the prince chose Yun Sheng. Long Feng, the princess has already explained to me about the prince's disappearance. The prince will come back sooner or later. Long Hua was even more furious when he saw Long Feng insulting Yun Sheng. Come back. When will he come back? These words were said by this woman, right? Humph, Longhua, don't lose your integrity in your old age and be bewitched by this woman. Long Feng glanced at Yun Sheng's beautiful face in men's clothing and said with disdain. Long Feng, you're slandering me. Longhua was ashamed and angry, and wanted to fight with Long Feng. Longhua, you still want to fight with me? Don't forget that you were defeated by me. Long Feng said proudly. Yun Sheng only shook her head at Longhua. Longhua glanced at Long Feng and retreated behind Yun Sheng respectfully. Long Feng, my brothers and I have already pledged our allegiance to the princess. Today, we came to persuade you. Longhua said unhappily. At the same time, he was also on guard. After all, Bailuo Valley was Long Feng's territory. Today, the princess had only brought Longhua with her. He was afraid that Long Feng would have some bad thoughts and plot against the princess. When Long Feng heard this, he was inwardly shocked. He didn't think that this Yun Sheng really had some tricks up her sleeves. She was actually able to subdue Longhua. Longhua had an upright and unyielding character and was very hard to persuade. Long Feng's provocation earlier was also to anger Yun Sheng and Longhua. Thinking of this, Yun Sheng didn't fall for it and instead persuaded Longhua. This woman wasn't rash and impulsive. She was quite shrewd. Long Feng, I heard that your strength isn't bad. Why don't we have a match? The winner will hand over the control of the Dark North Guards. Yun Sheng was quite direct and directly stated the purpose of this trip. Chapter 954. Ha, this woman's brain couldn't have been kicked by a mule, right? You dare to challenge Lord Long Feng. You're courting death. Long Feng burst into laughter. Not only Long Feng, but the Dark North Guards behind him were also laughing so hard that tears were about to come out. This woman actually said that she wanted to compete with Lord Long Feng. I'll give you a chance on behalf of His Highness. It's not too late to take back your words. Don't think that just because you're a saint-level mage king, you'll be able to win. I've once killed a saint-level mage king. Not to mention you, even if His Highness personally came, he might not be able to defeat me. Long Feng coldly said. Yun Sheng couldn't help but look sideways. She didn't reveal her magic scepter, nor did she release any magic. This Long Feng was actually able to see through her cultivation with a single glance. This person wasn't simple. The more he was like this, the more Yun Sheng wanted to subdue Long Feng. Beside Yun Sheng, Chief Steward Longhua said in a low voice, Your Highness' dual cultivation of magic and martial arts was guided by Long Feng. His words are true. Princess Consort, please reconsider. Longhua's relationship with Yi Baiming was different from that of a subordinate. Long Feng's relationship with Yi Baiming was that of a teacher and a friend. His relationship with Yi Baiming was even somewhat similar to that of a teacher and a disciple. Long Feng's talent was extraordinary, and he was a rare dual cultivator of magic and martial arts on the continent. Devil martial artist was a profession that was rarely seen on the continent. On the continent, the ratio of martial artists to normal people was at most 3 or 4 out of 10. The ratio of magicians was even lower, having 1 or 2 out of 10 was already very good. Those who both knew magic and could cultivate Do Qi were even rarer, having 3 or 4 out of 100 people was already not bad. But even if 3 or 4 out of 100 people were chosen, they might not all become magic warriors. Because regardless of whether it was magic or Do Qi cultivation, it wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Magic warriors needed to be able to learn magic and also cultivate Do Qi. Unless they had shocking talent, they would only be able to achieve half the result with twice the effort. Therefore, the majority of magic warriors would only choose either magic or Do Qi when they realized the difficulty of it. There were even people who said that no matter how strong a devil warrior was, he would never be able to reach the level of a top-notch magician or warrior. It was impossible for him to become a great person. Therefore, only 1 out of 100 people could become a devil warrior in the end. As for Long Feng, as well as the 1,000 Dark North guards left behind in Jadefall Valley, they were all devil martial artists. Long Feng himself was an anomaly. After so many years of painstaking practice in magic and battle techniques, he had indeed discovered a special training method for himself. After he had learned it, he had been looking for a disciple, but he could not find a suitable one. That was until he met Yi Baiming. He realized that the Dark North King was a genius in both magic and martial arts. He could achieve twice the results with half the effort when cultivating. Long Feng originally had high hopes for Yi Baiming. However, Yi Baiming had gone missing. Therefore, Long Feng had always believed that Yun Sheng was the main culprit behind Yi Baiming's disappearance. Long Hua did not give up and still wanted to persuade Yun Sheng. "Princess, you know this and still want to compete? Long Feng's strength is really very strong. The 10 devil martial artists that the prince gave you earlier were all trained by Long Feng." Long Hua didn't know that his words didn't waver Yun Sheng's thoughts. On the contrary, it intensified her thoughts of taking Long Feng in for her own use. Since Yun Sheng had promised Empress Dowager Wenren that she would replace Yi Baiming as the Prince Regent of Zhou State before he returned, she needed more talents. Although Yun Sheng now had the help of Cheng Bai, Bu Jiuxiao, and grandfather Yun Ba, she still needed people like Long Hua and Long Feng. Especially Long Feng. Whether it was governing the Dark North Guards or training devil warriors, he was a first-class expert. Yun Sheng had seen the strength of devil warriors. If Long Feng could train devil warriors on a large scale, then in the future, the strength of Zhou State soldiers would rise to another level. At that time, even if she was not in Zhou State, the country of Zhou State would be as strong as an iron bucket. Of course, we have to compete. Long Feng, you are a dual cultivator of devil warriors, and I am a dual cultivator of devil summoner. The two of us can be considered evenly matched. Yun Sheng was not the least bit timid. Summoner? What a good princess. This is considered evenly matched. Long Feng raised his eyebrows and did not immediately agree. Instead, he snorted coldly. Only then did he know that this princess was actually a summoner. A summoner was different from a magician. The strength of her devil beasts could be high or low. It was equivalent to two people fighting. If the devil beast's strength was high, then that devil beast could resist 10,000 soldiers. However, this princess was obviously very stupid. If she did not reveal that she was a summoner, then during the competition, she might have had a chance of winning by catching Long Feng off guard. However, she revealed that she was a summoner, and Long Feng was not even willing to compete with her. If Lord Long Feng thinks that I am bullying you with numbers, then I can only use one devil beast. In exchange for my use of the devil beast, Lord Long Feng can choose a Dark North Guard. 2 against 2, it will be fair. After saying that, Yun Sheng began to chant. A giant ant the size of a puppy appeared in the summoning array. The ant's eyes were fierce, and its whole body was shining with white animal patterns. In front of its body was a pair of claws as sharp as sickles. Below its body, there were close to 100 densely packed ant legs. It looked like a 100-legged centipede. Jia. The 100-legged ant waved its sickle-like claws at Long Feng. Seeing that Yun Sheng had only summoned a mere ant beast, Long Feng was secretly delighted. Although he was not a summoner, he had always thought that the strength of a devil beast was directly related to its size. Although this ant beast was much larger than an ordinary ant, it was still the weakest ant. What was there to be afraid of an ant? Moreover, Long Feng also knew that there were no powerful summoners in Zhou State. Even if Yun Sheng was a summoner, she was only a third-rate summoner. Lord Long Feng, teach this woman a lesson. Summoners are so amazing. Even a broken ant dares to come out. Don't you feel cold? Let her know the power of us devil beast warriors. Around them, the voices cheering for Long Feng were louder and louder. Other than Long Hua, no one present thought that Yun Sheng could win against Lord Long Feng by relying on an ant beast. Thinking of this, Long Feng's heart calmed down. Song'an, come out. Long Feng immediately chose a strong dark north guard. Long Hua was shocked as he watched from the side. He wanted to speak several times, but he was blinded by the faint smile on Yun Sheng's face. Oh my, Long Hua muttered in his heart. The moment the princess consort smiled, he had the illusion that he saw the prince's shadow. Every time His Highness did something shocking, he would have a similar smile on his face. At the end of the year, work was busy and her condition was slightly poor. The dark circles under her eyes were proof. However, the Fuzi still had 4 chapters to guarantee that she would update every day. Why did she update 2 chapters every day? Those who wronged her were all exiled. In the future, after 9 p.m., you can come and see all the updates for that day. Chapter 955. Inside Jade Fall Valley, 1 person and 1 ant, Long Feng in a dark north guard. Like 2 arrows piercing through the air, Long Feng and that dark north guard suddenly pounced on them. Both of them did not choose to use magic, instead intending to engage in close combat and end this duel as soon as possible. They all took it for granted that Yun Sheng was a magician and that she would need some time to recite the spell. But when the 2 leaped up, the centipede ant general spat out 2 streams of venom. The venom smelled fishy and rotted flesh. Just as it touched the dark north guard's leg, he felt a sharp pain. It's poisonous. Long Feng reacted quickly, grabbing that dark north guard. His body was suffused with a faint wind element, as if he had grown wind wings, nimbly dodging venom's attack. Damned beast! Long Feng's gaze hardened as he raised his hand and a wind sickle slashed towards that centipede ant general on the ground. A vast expanse of white, magical mist that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came from all directions, as if a sandstorm had suddenly arisen. The figures of the 3 people and 1 beast were quickly obscured by this menacing mist. Under such a thick magic mist, no matter how good one's vision was, one could only vaguely see a blurry figure. Rather than engaging in close combat, it was difficult to even find someone. The mist continued to thicken, as if there was only a white mist left between heaven and earth. Long Feng was astonished. He did not expect that Yun Sheng would be able to release such a large-scale magic mist in such a short time. Did she think that this kind of mist would be able to trap them? At the same time as he attacked, Long Feng, who had already finished chanting, laughed disdainfully. Magic warriors could chant and continue using their fighting aura at the same time. Emerald green wind element first gathered around Long Feng. The power of the wind dispersed the thick mist slightly, and their vision also widened. As the wind element increased, they continuously took shape and intertwined, forming wind sickles that were like crescent moons. Go, wind sickle prison. The wind sickles were like wild beasts that had smelled blood, pouncing towards a blurry figure in the mist. Wind sickle prison. Hundreds of wind sickles formed a green cage, trapping Yun Sheng inside. The violent wind scythe swept past. It was almost impossible to escape from the wind prison. But at this moment, rumble. A loud rumbling sound came from the sky. The Dark North Guard and Long Hua, who had been blinded by the mist, looked up. In the sky, a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Twisted and scorching lightning bolts shot down. The violent lightning bolts pierced the wind prison. When the wind energy met the even more violent lightning energy, it was defeated in one strike. The purple and green wind force collided, creating a dazzling scene. In the end, the purple lightning force gained the absolute upper hand. Long Feng's face turned green and red. However, an even more shocking scene was yet to come. Buzz buzz. There was a strange sound as if a hornet's nest had been poked. Long Feng only saw a blur in front of his eyes. Just as the magic mist dissipated, a dark cloud quickly floated up from the ground. What the hell? Where did the dark clouds come from? The dark clouds were still moving quickly. Taking a closer look, it was clearly hundreds and thousands of flying ants. Each flying ant was only the size of a termite, but their bodies were larger than ordinary termites. They also had powerful wings, and their temperaments were 100 times more savage. Although the disciples and grand-disciples of the centipede ant general were small in size, when gathered together, thousands of ant soldiers could devour even an elephant magical beast in a flash. Their flying ability was astonishing. They ate meat at sight and drank blood at sight. Only then did Long Feng realize that he had been tricked by Yunsheng. That seemingly insignificant ant beast was actually a general-level existence that could summon magical beasts. Unfortunately, Long Feng realized it too late. Facing thousands of flying ants was even more terrifying than facing wasps. The only way out was to escape. Knowing that things were not good, Long Feng shouted and retreated a few feet. However, the Dark North Guard called Song-an was not so lucky. The venom of the centipede ant general was extremely poisonous. The Dark North Guard cried out miserably, but how could he, who had already been poisoned, be a match for the flying ants? That cloud of flying ants was very fast. Thousands of flying ants pounced, and in the blink of an eye, that Dark North Guard was completely surrounded. That Dark North Guard cried out miserably and rolled on the ground. He kept rolling on the ground, but had no strength to resist. At first, Song-an was still able to struggle, but soon, there was no movement on the ground. All that was left on the ground was a pale white skeleton that had been gnawed clean by the flying ants. Even the internal organs had been eaten clean by the flying ants. "I'm going to kill you all," Long Feng roared after seeing the miserable state of his subordinates. Wind blades fill the sky. A high-level spell, wind blades fill the sky. Countless wind sickles and wind blades were like a blizzard, tearing the flying ants to pieces. But just as Long Feng thought that everything was about to end, the terrifying magic undulations shook his soul. He had just focused all his attention on the centipede ant general, that summoner. A figure streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning. Profound lightning vortex. Yunsheng's black eyes were only filled with killing intent and coldness. With the help of the demonic steps, her movements were unbelievably fast. Her speed was very fast, and it was as if she had arrived in front of Long Feng in an instant. At that moment, Long Feng only felt that the wind around him had stopped. The terrifying magic vortex brushed past Long Feng's body. Although it didn't hit directly. But the terrifying power of the magic vortex still sent Long Feng flying. He only felt that he was a meteorite, falling downwards. Only when he fell to the ground did Long Feng manage to flip himself over and stand up. His heart trembled as he bent over to take a look. A large piece of flesh had been torn from his chest and abdomen, and it was dripping with blood. "I've lost." Long Feng lowered his head dejectedly. Just now, if Yunsheng's magic vortex had been even an inch closer, his body would have been directly pierced through by the profound lightning vortex. Who would have thought that he, Long Feng, who had always been proud of his dual cultivation of magic and martial arts, would be so vulnerable in front of Yunsheng, who was a dual cultivator of magic and summoner? The Dark North Guards were all watching the battle just now. They didn't think that second manager Long Feng would actually lose. No one dared to make a sound. The battle just now had already made these Dark North Guards fearful. No one dared to underestimate the princess anymore. Long Feng, the princess is not an ordinary person. Her summoning and magic are equally outstanding. The princess' foresight is much better than us two old bones. Long Huo walked forward and patted his old friend's shoulder. He could tell that Long Feng was still somewhat concerned about the outcome of this competition. "Ah, big brother, I was wrong in the past. This time, the princess has spared my life. Since Long Feng's life is saved, I will definitely serve the princess in the future." "No," the the prince. Long Feng was smarter than Long Hua. When he saw Yun Sheng's attire, he knew what Yun Sheng was planning. The Dark North Guards were reunited. Chapter 956. With the help of Long Feng and Long Hua, Yun Sheng officially became the new leader of the Dark North Guards as the Prince Regent. They started to plan how to attack Grand Emperor City. The people in Grand Emperor City still had no idea that a surprise attack was about to happen. In the Yuan residence, the Yuan family's eldest daughter, Yuan Shanshan, walked in angrily. This is too infuriating. What does the city lord mean by this? He handed the defense of the city to an outsider and even chased our Yuan family out. He's clearly trying to exclude us and my brother. She wanted to go out of the city to handle some matters but was told by the city guards that she could not leave the city without the second prince's permission. The conflict between the Xian and Yuan families intensified over the years. After Yuan Bupo came out of seclusion, his strength increased greatly and he comprehended the 7th chapter of Grand Emperor City. Although the city lord Xian Sitian praised him on the surface, his grudge against the Yuan family deepened. After the young city lord Xian Wuji died, the elders in the city hoped that Yuan Bupo could become the young city lord so that he could inherit the throne of Grand Emperor City. The city lord Xian Sitian initially agreed to the elders' request. However, Xian Sitian did not want the power of the city lord to fall to someone else. He wanted to play matchmaker for Xian Mimi and Yuan Bupo so that their child could inherit the position of city lord. Yuan Bupo already had someone in his heart. Naturally, he would not agree to it. He rejected it openly and secretly several times. However, Xian Mimi continued to pester him. Yuan Bupo became impatient and swore in front of the elders that he would not marry Xian Mimi even if there were no other women in Grand Emperor City. After Xian Mimi was humiliated, her love turned into hatred. Coincidentally, the second prince of Tang Yuan, Li Xiao, came to visit the city lord of Grand Emperor City in the name of cooperation. The city lord of Grand Emperor City hosted a banquet for Li Xiao. When Li Xiao saw Xian Mimi's appearance after her treatment, he had an idea. Li Xiao had been unlucky for the past few years. His power had plummeted because of Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming's interference. Especially after the trip of the divine artifact, Li Xiao was unanimously condemned by the major forces of the other countries. Because of Li Xiao's despicable actions, Li Xiao was expelled from the camp, and Tang Yuan's yearly quota to enter the magic elite camp was cancelled. Not only did Li Xiao not find the divine artifact, but he also lost the face of the Tang Yuan royal family. Crown Prince Li Cheng took the opportunity to accuse Li Xiao in the imperial court. He revealed how Li Xiao had condoned his subordinates to do evil in various places and how he had secretly set up a personal mage army. Only then did Emperor Tang Yuan realize that Li Xiao had done so many evil deeds in secret. In a fit of anger, he stripped Li Xiao of his official position and forced him to return all his earnings to the state treasury. Fortunately, Li Xiao's mother went on a hunger strike and hanged herself. Only then did Li Xiao's position as a prince was saved. Li Xiao had fallen from the illustrious Wuji 5 annulus to the nominal second prince in less than a year. He felt unbalanced, angry, and resentful. He swore that he would rise again. Li Xiao met Xian Mimi at the banquet and found out that Xian Mimi had been rejected. He was also very sinister. He quickly thought of another way out, which was to marry Di Hong City. The last time Xian Mimi went to the Immortal Keeper Nation to ask for the Water of Life, she had exchanged glances with Li Xiao. They had some feelings for each other. Coincidentally, Xian Mimi was depressed because of Yuan Bupo's matter. Li Xiao took advantage of the time when he was in Di Hong City. He gave her gifts and went out together. The two of them were like firewood, and soon, they had sex. When Di Hong City's mayor found out, it was already too late. Xian Mimi was already pregnant with Li Xiao's flesh and blood. Di Hong City's mayor had no choice but to agree to Li Xiao's marriage proposal and betroth Xian Mimi to him. The two of them had just set the marriage contract a while ago. The two of them, one was petty and narrow-minded, while the other was jealous. When they got together, they were a match made in heaven. However, it was also because of this that Li Xiao and Di Hong City's mayor formed an alliance. Di Hong City's mayor was also a sly old fox. When he left Di Hong City for Zhou State, he still had a trick up his sleeve. He was worried that the city's defense would be weak, and other forces would take advantage of the situation to invade. Therefore, he specially invited his son-in-law, the second prince, Li Xiao, to lead a group of magicians to help defend Di Hong City. After Li Xiao entered the city, he thought that Di Hong City would definitely be under his control in the future, relying on the fact that he was Tang Yuan's second prince and Xian Mimi's future husband. Not only did he start to wantonly exclude the people of the Yuan family, but he also set up a curfew and a ban on leaving the city. He said that it was to strengthen the defense and prevent the invasion of foreign enemies. "Elder sister, endure as much as you can. I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid that the mayor is going to do harm to the Yun residents this time," said Yuan Bupo. Di Hong City's mayor was secretive. However, the Yuan family more or less knew about his ambitions. With Zhou State in turmoil, Yuan Shahua and her husband, Yun Sanglang, would encounter the mayor sooner or later. The mayor's strength was not to be underestimated. Even Yun Ba might not be a match for Di Hong City's mayor if he encountered him. Ever since Yuan Bupo was expelled by the divine wind during the battle at the immortal abode, he had changed his usual temperament and focused on cultivating in Di Hong City. He originally wanted to go and confess to Yun Sheng when he came out of seclusion. Who would have thought that he would learn that Yun Sheng was already married to the regent of Great Zhou? After learning the news, Yuan Bupo was disheartened. However, just as Yuan Bupo was feeling dispirited, he received a piece of news from his elder sister, Yuan Shahua. The regent of Great Zhou suddenly disappeared on the night of his wedding. The news had been sealed, so the outside world did not know what was going on. However, it was true that Yi Baiming's whereabouts were unknown. Yuan Bupo had always liked Yun Sheng, but Yun Sheng's heart already belonged to someone else, so there was nothing he could do. Yuan Shahua even encouraged her younger brother, saying that as long as the prince regent did not return, her younger brother might still have a chance. After Yuan Bupo heard the news, he originally wanted to find Yun Sheng as soon as possible and confess his feelings to her. From Yuan Bupo's point of view, Yi Baiming's sudden disappearance would definitely make Yun Sheng very sad. To him, it was an opportunity. However, before he could set out to find Yun Sheng, the situation in Di Hong City became tense. Li Xiao's men had already started to ostracize the Yuan family without restraint. Di Hong City was currently facing internal and external troubles, and the mayor had been ostracizing them multiple times. If this continued, the Yuan family would be threatened sooner or later. "But we have no way of contacting your elder sister now." The Yuan family members were also very worried. "I've already sent the Ice Fire Yuan to inform her. I believe she should have received the news soon. Once brother-in-law arrives, we'll take action immediately." Yuan Bupo muttered. Yuan Bupo's character was hot-blooded to begin with. Although he had calmed down due to his cultivation over the years, he would never allow someone like Li Xiao to behave atrociously over him. It was time to get rid of Li Xiao and the Xian family. Chapter 957. However, what surprised Yuan Bupo and his family was that they did not receive news from his brother-in-law, Yun Sanglang. Instead, they received a messenger sent by Yun Sheng. However, the messenger's appearance were a little strange. It was brought back by the Ice Fire Yuan. Grand Emperor City was a city outside the world. There were many magic seals set up outside. Without someone who was familiar with the roads of Grand Emperor City, it would be difficult to pass through those magic seals. However, to the peacock sheep beside Yun Sheng, all the magic seals were trash. Therefore, Yun Sheng sent the peacock sheep to inform Yuan Bupo and the rest. There was a melodious cry of a phoenix. In the dark night, there was a red and blue light. The adult phoenix flew into Yuan Bupo's room. It was Yuan Bupo's demonic beast, the Icefire Phoenix. The Icefire Phoenix was a peak demonic beast. Back then, Yuan Bupo was guided by an ancient divine beast and found the Icefire Phoenix. As Yuan Bupo's power increased, the Icefire Phoenix also changed its image of a little bird. Its shiny feathers were not much inferior to a real phoenix. Yuan Bupo had only sent the Icefire Phoenix out for a few days. Logically speaking, it was not the time for it to return. There must be a reason why the Icefire Phoenix suddenly returned. Half of its body was ice blue while the other half was magma red. It had a long tail. The Icefire Phoenix was arrogant. Other than its master, Yuan Bupo, even the Yuan family could not get close to it, let alone letting other demonic beasts lie on its back. However, this time, it was carrying a demonic beast on its back. Furthermore, it was a plump pink magical beast with curly fur. The demonic beast was snoring and sleeping soundly. Icefire, why are you back so soon? What's that on your back? Yuan Bupo had never seen such a weird-looking demonic beast. Hearing the sound of people, Popping Sheep woke up with sleepy eyes. He didn't forget to wipe the shiny drool hanging from his mouth. Why was it here? Oh right, it was sent out to deliver a message. The Peacock Sheep then remembered. Yun Sheng was leading the Dark North Guards to launch a surprise attack on Grand Emperor City. She sent Baby Sheep to Grand Emperor City first to bring the news to Yuan Bupo. Yun Sheng's original plan was that Baby Sheep was a world deity, so he could ignore the restrictions of the Grand Emperor City and enter the city. She wanted the people of the Yuan family to be prepared to cooperate with them from the inside. However, Yun Sheng had forgotten that this life-bound summoned beast of hers was a world deity who had yet to take up a post. She left the Jade capital in a daze. It was very normal in the beginning. Relying on the memory of the map of the continent that Universe God Wei Gang was born with, it found the approximate location of Hong Emperor City. It had also successfully barged into those magical restrictions and arrived near the Grand Emperor City. However, it was careless and lost its way. The extremely prideful Kissing Sheep refused to return to its master. Fortunately, it was lucky enough to meet the Icefire one. The two magical beasts chattered for a while. The lazy sheep, Bo Bo Yang, relied on its reputation as a world deity and arrogantly ordered the Icefire one to bring it to the Grand Emperor City. Bo Bo Yang's sleepy eyes glanced at Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo had short hair, healthy skin tone, deep and powerful eyes, high nose bridge and sculpted lips. He looked very pleasing to the eye. Yuan Bupo and Yun Sheng had not seen each other for many years. His abilities had improved greatly and the prison disaster in the immortal Ju nation had changed his personality quite a bit. The appearance was born from the heart. The current Yuan Bupo had already faintly become the leading figure of the younger generation in the Grand Emperor City. Bo Bo faintly remembered that there was such a person. Although this brat was not bad-looking, he was not as pleasing to the eyes as the Qilin brat. Bo Bo Yang would occasionally go to the realm meditation land to check on Yi Baiming's situation. It had to be said that the Qilin brat and its master were the same kind of people. They could walk out of their depressed state very quickly. The Qilin brat was already cultivating the burning demon formula. From the looks of it, the evil aura on his body was controlled quite a bit. He believed that after a few more days, he would be able to leave the realm meditation land and see the light of day again. Yi Baiming even bribed Bo Bo Yang to tell him about Yun Sheng's situation recently. Especially those men who had a good impression of Yun Sheng, who were good-looking and had power, they had to be strictly checked. Those people must not be allowed to get close to Yun Sheng. After eliminating a potential love rival, Yi Baiming was in charge of finding a king-level magical beast for Bo Bo Yang after he came out of seclusion. Bo Bo Yang still needed 1,000 years to cultivate to become a world deity. To increase the speed of his cultivation, other than daily training, he had to swallow the soul stones of magical beasts. A king-level magical beast could reduce one's cultivation time by 100 years. But its little master's abilities were not enough yet. Bo Yang was not willing to let her take the risk for him. But the Qilin brat was different. If he cultivated the burning demon formula, he could transform into a magical beast and a human. With the bloodline of the descendants of Bakra orcs, especially the direct descendants of the 8 desolates, his abilities could be doubled in the form of a magical beast. Yi Baiming in the form of a Qilin would be at least a peak king-level existence, close to the existence of a deity. Not to mention one king-level magical beast, even if 2 or 3 king-level magical beasts came, he could swallow them whole. Bo Yang weighed the pros and cons. In the end, he succumbed to the temptation of the Qilin brat and became a traitor. Yunxing still did not know that her Bo Yang had been bribed by Yi Baiming. Hence, when Bo Yang saw Yuanbu Pe, his pink wool exploded like an electric shock. He was on high alert. Bo, the little flute player, my master asked me to pass a message to you. She is preparing to execute a plan to attack Wei to save Zhao. Don't ask me what kind of plan it is. I just learned how to read not long ago. I don't understand. In short, capture all the guys in Grand Emperor City and open the city gates to welcome the little master. After Bo broke out of his shell, he had spent a lot of time with humans. He already knew some human language and could communicate with humans in a simple way. Yunxing is coming. Yuanbu Pe also found out from the Ice Fire One that this pink magical beast was Yunxing's natal magical beast. Knowing that Yunxing was coming to Grand Emperor City, Yuanbu Pe's gloominess was swept away. His eyes shone brightly. He could not wait to see Yunxing again. This time, no matter what, he had to seize the opportunity to let Yunxing understand his intentions. Almost without hesitation, Yuanbu Pe and the Yuan family decided to take action tonight. They had to settle the matter of Grand Emperor City before Yunxing arrived. It was just that. Yuanbu Pe did not expect that Yunxing's initial plan was to coordinate from the inside and the outside. Who would have known that Baby Sheep wanted to perform and directly brought forward the plan to seize the city of Grand Emperor City? Hence, when Yunxing arrived, everything was coming to an end. On the other hand, Bo Yang was thinking about how his little master would praise him. At the same time, he was thinking about how he would destroy his little master and Yuanbu Pe so that he could get a king-level magical beast soul stone from the Qilin brat. Fourth update, I've deleted a lot of comments recently. For those who have offended me, please cross them out. Also, thank you to all the original subscribers. You have persevered until today. Chapter 958. Half a day later, Yunxing brought close to 1,000 Dark North guards and rushed to Grand Emperor City. Yunxing was certain that Baby Sheep should have arrived at Grand Emperor City. However, once she got close to Grand Emperor City, she realized that something was wrong in the city. The gate of Grand Emperor City was wide open. A pink figure immediately flew out from the top of the city when it saw Yunxing and rushed into Yunxing's arms. Dear Master, Baby Sheep has completed its mission. The people of Grand Emperor City have already surrendered. Only a few people from the city lord's mansion and the soft-legged shrimp prince managed to escape. Bo Sheep rattled as it narrated the events of last night, and it assisted Yuanbu Pe and the others in the fierce battle with Li Xiao and the others. Around dawn, it took over Grand Emperor City. The seizure of the city has been completed. Was it done by Yuanbu Pe? Yunxing was shocked. Yunxing wasn't doubting Yuanbu Pe's ability. It was just that with Li Xiao around, it wasn't easy for Yuanbu Pe to take down Grand Emperor City. Baby Sheep, that's because the omnipotent and invincible universe deity Baby Sheep was there. Li Xiao, that coward, was so scared that he couldn't use his magic properly when he saw me. Baby Sheep would never admit that when Li Xiao saw him, he had spat out a huge fireball and almost burned the curly hair that he was so proud of. Just thinking about that made baby sheep grind his teeth. That damn Li Xiao. If he were to meet him, he would definitely torture him to death and cripple him. The surprise attack was generally successful. However, there was a lapse in concentration. Yuan Bupo didn't expect there to be so many places in the mayor's residence. With the help of a few mages, Li Xiao brought a group of ladies from the mayor's residence and escaped. Yuan Bupo led a few guards from the Yuan family and Ice Fire Yuan to chase after them. They hadn't returned yet. Long Feng, follow me to chase after the people from the Xian family. The rest of the Dark North Guards will enter Grand Emperor City and deploy them carefully. Yunxing understood that in order to lure the mayor of Grand Emperor City back, they had to capture the people from the mayor's residence, especially young Mistress Qing and Xian Mimi. Otherwise, there was no point in seizing the Grand Emperor City. Yunxing immediately summoned Xiao He. Along with Popping Sheep and Long Feng, they followed the aura left behind by Yuan Bupo and the others. In a vast field 5 kilometers away from Grand Emperor City, Li Xiao and a few ladies from the city lord's mansion broke through the encirclement under the cover of a group of mages. Tisk, has that brat Yuan Bupo gone mad? He's been chasing after us the entire time. Hasn't he already conquered the Grand Emperor City? Could it be that he's planning to kill us all? Li Xiao was very pleased with himself as the son-in-law of the city lord. He already knew that Xian Mimi had a crush on Yuan Bupo for many years. Although he had hooked up with Xian Mimi in the end, he knew that Xian Mimi was still worried about Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo's strength was improving day by day. Li Xiao was secretly jealous. He took advantage of the fact that City Master Di Hong was not around to ostracize Yuan Bupo. Li Xiao did not expect that Yuan Bupo, who had always been interested in power and status, would launch a sneak attack at night. Yuan Bupo's strength was also very strong. With the 7th chapter of the Di Hong Song and the Ice Fire Yuan, if Madame Qing did not know of a secret passage, the 3 of them would have escaped under the cover of a few loyal guards. They would have been captured alive. Now that Grand Emperor City had fallen, they did not have any magic beasts that could travel day and night. They could only rely on magic and the strength of their legs to escape. Second Prince, where are we escaping to? Why don't we go to the nearby Tangyuan town to hide? Madame Qing panted. She was just a weak woman. Her magic and fighting energy were not very good. However, she was more worried about her daughter, Xian Mimi. Xian Mimi was pregnant now. Running around was not good for the fetus. We can't go to Tangyuan. Crown Prince Li Cheng has a good relationship with the Yuan family. Who knows if Li Cheng and Yuan Bupo will work together. By then, we'll be trapped. We'll go to Zhou State and look for the city lord and the Marquis of Jiayuan. The Yuan family won't be happy for long. Li Xiao gritted his teeth. He had long lost his power in Tangyuan, and the Grand Emperor City had already become his last straw of hope. Since Yuan Bupo had suddenly betrayed them, Li Xiao thought that it would be best to seek refuge with the city lord of Grand Emperor City. By then, as long as the city lord of Grand Emperor City returned, he would definitely be able to take back Grand Emperor City and kill Yuan Bupo. You won't be able to reach Zhou State. Above the 9 heavens, an icy blue light pierced through the clouds like a sharp arrow. It instantly arrived in front of Li Xiao and the others. The Ice Fire Yuan circled in the air. Yuan Bupo stood on its back. At that moment, he frowned and looked at the 3 people who were at the end of their rope. Yuan Bupo, don't go too far. Li Xiao knew that Yuan Bupo's strength was not ordinary. He could not let his guard down. Behind him, the magic wings flapped. As he chanted, a few magic fire arrows emitted a dazzling golden light. Suddenly, they turned into 4 fire snakes that broke through the holes and charged towards Yuan Bupo and the Ice Fire Yuan. High-level magic, dance of the fire snakes. On the ground, Xian Mimi and Madame Qing witnessed the battle between the two. Their eyes widened and their hearts raced. Yuan Bupe and Li Xiao were rare magic geniuses in the mainland. The fire snakes ignited the air. However, Yuan Bupe did not retreat. He waved the short flute in his hand. The originally emerald green flute released a faint water-type magic element. Clang! The 4 fire snakes were blocked by an ice wall that broke through the air. The ice wall was not connected to the ground. It was like a huge sword that cut the 4 fire snakes into 2. The ice-cold water-type magic element froze the fire snakes into ice cubes instantly. They fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Li Xiao was stunned. He did not expect Yuan Bupe's magic control to be so shocking. Seeing this, Xian Mimi ignored Madame Qing's dissuasion. She held her waist and staggered forward. She begged, "Brother Bupo, you and I have been childhood sweethearts. Can't you just let us live? You already have the Grand Emperor city. Please let Li Xiao go for the sake of the child in my stomach. The child can't be born without a father." As Xian Mimi spoke, hot tears rolled down her cheeks. She knelt down and begged Yuan Bupe. The Xian family was deeply rooted in the Grand Emperor city. If they were killed, there would be a bloodbath when the governor returned. Yuan Bupe hesitated. Just as Yuan Bupe was hesitating, Xian Mimi and Li Xiao looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with venom. As the saying went, a woman's heart is the most vicious. It was referring to people like Xian Mimi. She had loved Yuan Bupe before. However, after Yuan Bupe treated her good intentions as nothing for Yunxing's sake, Xian Mimi hated Yuan Bupe to the core. She begged softly and gave Li Xiao a look that signaled that she was ready. Li Xiao smiled sinisterly. Other than magic, Li Xiao was best at using underhanded means. He knew that he could not kill Yuan Bupe with magic. Therefore, he secretly took out a magic tool from his pocket. "Please give me a ticket for next month." "Thank you." Chapter 959. The dermic weapon that Li Xiao had hidden with him was black like an iron ball. If one did not look closely, one would think that it was just an ordinary metal ball. However, if one looked closely, there were many evil words carved on the surface of the metal ball. There was a large amount of violent dark magic power in the ball. This item was called the Heart of Darkness. Li Xiao had spent a lot of money to get it from an auction. The Heart of Darkness was a terrifying dermic weapon from another realm. It had sealed the dark magic power of a powerful dark ghost prison's king. If the seal on the dermic weapon was removed, it would explode and its power would be like a bomb in modern times. If one was hit by the Heart of Darkness, even a martial emperor with a strong body would be blown to pieces. While Yuan Bupe was still hesitating, Li Xiao removed the seal on the dark dermic weapon. He tossed it with his right hand. The dark dermic weapon flew toward Yuan Bupe in an eerie black arc. Yuan Bupe did not realize that he was facing an unprecedented threat of death. As a demonic beast, the Ice-Fire Yuan was the first to sense that something was wrong. When he sensed the terrifying dark force, he was shocked. Caw! The Ice-Fire Yuan was uneasy. It let out a high-pitched screech. Yuan Bupe realized that something was wrong with the Ice-Fire Yuan. He turned around immediately. The dark dermic weapon that was shining with the light of death pounced toward him like a hungry beast with its mouth wide open. It was too late for Yuan Bupe to dodge or use the teleportation spell. "You're still stubborn. Die, you despicable thing." There was a hint of anger in his voice as he shouted. An arrow that was shining with 5 colors shot out from behind Yuan Bupe. The arrow was fierce. It brushed past Yuan Bupe's body and went straight for the dark dermic weapon. The weapon was hit by the arrow. It changed its direction and flew toward Li Xiao. Li Xiao tossed the dermic weapon and waited for Yuan Bupe to be torn apart by the dark dermic weapon. However, he heard a voice that sounded like a nightmare. Why was she here? The main culprit who had obstructed his plans time and time again, causing him to fall into such dire straits that he could not return to his country. Great Zhou's Yunsheng. Boom! The dark dermic weapon exploded. On the empty plain, a small black mushroom cloud suddenly rose. It was like a small hydrogen bomb that exploded instantly. Tang Yuan's second prince, Li Xiao, was killed by his dark dermic weapon. After witnessing all of this, Xian Mimi, who had harmed others, blacked out and fainted. Madame Qing cried out miserably. She hugged her daughter and cried bitterly. The arrow that saved Yuan Bupo's life and hit the dark magic tool was Yun Sheng's Rui arrow. Yun Sheng put down the bow in her hand. Li Xiao only had himself to blame. Just now, Yuan Bupo was almost killed. Luckily, Yun Sheng and Long Feng arrived in time. Yuan Bupo was shocked. When he saw the Heart of Darkness explode, he realized that he had almost fallen into Xian Mimi and Li Xiao's trap. Yuan Bupo was shocked as he looked at Li Xiao, who was blown up to the point where his limbs were nowhere to be found. However, he felt embarrassed at the same time. He wanted to seize the opportunity to show off in front of Yun Sheng. However, he did not expect that Yun Sheng would have to do it in the end. How many times had he been saved by Yun Sheng? Yuan Bupo was frustrated. He was embarrassed to see Yun Sheng. However, he missed her so much that he could not help but turn around. Clouds were lingering in the sky. After chasing for an entire night, the sun had risen. Under the sunset glow, Yuan Bupo stood alone in the air. Behind her was the ever-changing starry sky under the afterglow of the Big Dipper. A man in a black shirt was not far away. She had a beautiful face, and her long black hair was casually tied up, revealing her jade-like forehead. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she had a friendly smile. As the morning breeze blew, Yuan Bupo felt that the sky and earth had disappeared from his eyes. Although she was dressed as a man, Yuan Bupo recognized Yun Sheng at first glance. He could still remember that Yun Sheng was dressed as a man when they first met. However, she was much more eye-catching than before. Yun Sheng was sizing up Yuan Bupo after she succeeded with her arrow. After so many years, Yuan Bupo no longer looked like a young boy. He had grown into a great man. He was holding a short flute in his hand. His eyes were shining with excitement. Yuan Bupo, you're still the same. Next time, remember that a pitiful person must have a detestable side. Yun Sheng and Yuan Bupo could be considered as companions who had been through life and death together. Although this fella's size and strength had improved a lot, he was still as innocent as ever. Yun Sheng, was she, concerned about him? Yuan Bupo came down from the back of the Icefire One. His face was red and he looked like a young man who had just experienced his first awakening of love. He walked in front of Yun Sheng and said, Yun Sheng, you're still the same. No. You're even prettier than before. I am very. Puff puff puff. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Male animals are not allowed to come within 3 meters of the little master. Puff Sheep was as fast as a god. Suddenly, he stood between Yun Sheng and Yuan Bupo. Yun Sheng was speechless. Yo, she's only gone out on a trip, and her skills in kissing sheep have improved. She hasn't learned much human language, but she knows that men and women shouldn't touch each other when giving or receiving things. Yun Sheng was secretly amused. She grabbed the sheep and ruthlessly ravaged its soft curly hair. After the sheep broke out of its shell, it was covered in soft fur and felt very comfortable to hug. Yuan Bupo could only shake his head and smile bitterly when he saw Yun Sheng's doting look on her face as she kissed the sheep. Your Highness, from what I can see, you and this young master have not seen each other for a long time. If you have anything to say, you should return to the Grand Emperor city first. Long Feng reminded Yun Sheng, and the 3 of them escorted Xian Mimi and Madame Qing back to the city. After returning to the city, Yun Sheng asked Yuan Bupo about the situation in the Grand Emperor city. Yun Sheng's purpose of seizing the Grand Emperor city was not to covet anything in the city. Therefore, she ordered the Dark North Guards not to disturb the people and only settled down in the city. Yuan Bupo also knew that Yun Sheng did not have any ill intentions. That was why he was relieved to hand over the control of the Grand Emperor city to her. Everything in the city is very peaceful. The citizens already know what happened. They are also very against the governor rashly starting a war with the outside world. They are willing to help the Yuan family to chase away the Xian family. Yuan Bupo was very helpless. Yun Sheng's little demonic beast seemed to be very guarded against him. Whenever he got close to Yun Sheng, it would stare at him angrily. However, there is one thing that might be a little tricky. On the night of the riot in the Grand Emperor city, the governor's wife secretly escaped through the secret passage in the city. Yuan Bupo's face was filled with worry. Chapter 960. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. The Dihong city lord and his wife were both very cunning. They both built secret passages in their rooms. When Yuan Bupo discovered that the city lord's wife had disappeared, he thought that it was more important to capture Madame Qing and Xian Mimi. Thus, he chose to chase after Xian Mimi and the others. Because of that, he missed the best time to chase after them. It's fine. We just happen to need someone to bring the news to Xian Sitian. Yun Sheng did not mind. She did not need to send someone to inform him. Xian Sitian should have received the news already. The city lord's wife was awakened in the middle of the night by the chaos in the Dihong city. She was so scared that she dared to bring a servant with her. After escaping from the secret passage in the city, she rushed towards the direction of Zhou State. The city lord's wife worked day and night. She wanted to tell Xian Sitian about the fall of the Dihong city. When she arrived at the military camp where the city lord was, the city lord saw that his wife was covered in dust and looked like a refugee. He immediately became furious. What? The Dihong city fell? Why are you the only one who escaped? Where are Mimi and Madame Qing? The city lord felt that something was wrong. Madame Qing and Xian Mimi were protected by Li Xiao so they could not escape. The city lord's wife was only a woman. How did she escape? Seeing that he only asked about Madame Qing and Xian Mimi's whereabouts, the city lord's wife felt even more wronged. You only have Madame Qing, that lowly servant, in your heart. I ran out in a hurry and almost lost my life. You don't even care about me. I am your wife. If it wasn't for me, how could you become the city lord? You heartless bastard. The city lord's wife sobbed. Aren't you fine? Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. After Xian Wuji's death, the relationship between the city lord and the city lord's wife worsened day by day. The couple had not slept together for many days. If it wasn't for the fact that the city lord's wife had something on Xian Sitian, he would have already chased this old woman and tigress out. The two of them must have been caught by Yuan Bupo. It's all your good son-in-law Li Xiao's fault. He was fine, why did he ostracize the Yuan family? Now, the Yuan family could not help but make a move. The city lord's wife did not know the city lord's thoughts. Li Xiao is short-sighted and can't keep his composure. He isn't someone who can be nurtured. He could endure it for now. Once this city lord took over Zhou State, he would be the prince consort of Zhou State. The entire Zhou State would be his, not to mention a mere Grand Emperor city. Listen, you better stay in the camp. You're not allowed to go anywhere for the next few days. City Lord Di Hong snorted coldly. In other words, Xian Sitian did not plan to rush back. Xian Sitian couldn't go back. Although Grand Imperial City was the foundation of his ancestors, it was nothing compared to the great rivers and mountains of Zhou State. Over the years, whether it was the Bloody Hand Tycoon or the Purple Gold Mine, they were all chess pieces that Xian Sitian used to expand his ambitions. Unfortunately, the Blood Hand Tycoon had been slaughtered, and the purple gold mine had also disappeared without a trace. It wasn't easy for Xian Sitian to find an opportunity to rebel in Zhou state, so he definitely wouldn't give it up. Right now, the two armies were in a stalemate. Yunba relied on his experience on the battlefield and was in an undefeatable position. If he returned to Grand Imperial City now, once Yunba found out, all his hard work over the past few days would be destroyed. Hearing that Xian Sitian wasn't going back, the city lord's wife cried even harder. She pulled on Xian Sitian like a shrew, unwilling to let go. "City lord, how can you not go back? The city lord's mansion has fallen into the hands of those people, and the White Tiger Emperor Jade is still in the city." "White Tiger Emperor Jade? You said you left the Emperor Jade in the mansion?" Hearing that the city lord's wife had left the most important thing in the mansion, Xian Sitian's face flushed red with anger. He was even angrier than when he found out that Grand Imperial City had fallen. I was in a hurry and left the Emperor Jade in a secret passage." "Don't worry, only I know about that passage. No one else will discover the whereabouts of the Emperor Jade." The city lord's wife was so frightened by Xian Sitian's fierce appearance that she stopped crying. The world only knew that the reason Grand Imperial City was able to survive for so many years was because of the Di Hong Song. However, they didn't know that the Di Hong Song originated from Grand Imperial City's Emperor Tomb. Grand Imperial City's Emperor Tomb was said to be an unknown desolate tomb. Because the first Grand Emperor City's city lord and his wife discovered the desolate tomb by chance, and discovered Di Hongga inside, they built a city beside the desolate tomb. In the future, their descendants would multiply and grow, and that was how the Grand Emperor City came to be. It was said that because of the Di Hong Song, the Emperor Tomb was filled with traps and many unknown dangers. In order to ensure the safety of the descendants of Grand Imperial City, the city lord and his wife refined 4 divine beast Emperor Jades. Only those who possessed the Emperor Jades could enter the Emperor Tomb. The 4 divine beast Emperor Jades were the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise divine beast Emperor Jades. There was also a legend that if the 4 divine beast Emperor Jades were all gathered, they would be able to unearth the ancient era's treasures in the Emperor Tomb. However, this was only a legend because after the city lord and his wife passed away, the Emperor Jades had been passed down to different people. As long as one possessed a divine beast Emperor Jade, one could enter the Emperor Tomb. However, if one wanted to enter the core area of the Emperor Tomb and obtain the opportunity to learn the last few chapters of the Di Hong Song, one could only possess 4 divine beast Emperor Jades. After many years, these 4 divine beast Emperor Jades were passed down to the 4 strongest and most ancient clans of Grand Imperial City. They were the Xian and Yuan clans, the city lord's wife's clan, and the Council of Elders. Back then, the city lord of Grand Imperial City, Xian Sitian, also wanted to obtain the White Tiger Divine Beast Emperor Jade from the city lord's wife's clan. That was why he gave up on Madame Qing and married the city lord's wife, whom he didn't love. However, although the city lord's wife was ignorant, she wasn't a fool. She knew Xian Sitian's ambition and didn't hand over the White Tiger Emperor Jade. It was also because of this Emperor Jade that Xian Sitian didn't do anything to the city lord's wife. Last time, the head elder had no choice but to use the Vermilion Bird Emperor Jade to save the city lord's son, Xian Wuji. However, the whereabouts of the Vermilion Bird Emperor Jade were unknown. As a result, there were only 3 divine beast Emperor Jades left in Grand Imperial City, and one of them was still in the hands of the Yuan clan. If the Yuan clan obtained the White Tiger Emperor Jade, the Council of Elders would no longer support the Xian clan even if he returned to Grand Imperial City. Although the secret passageway is hidden, I won't be at ease until the White Tiger Emperor Jade is found. I don't care, you must come back with me. The city lord's wife pestered Xian Sitian. Xian Sitian originally wanted to angrily rebuke her, but his expression suddenly relaxed. He said softly, "Madam, don't worry. I will return to the city with you tomorrow morning. First, tell me where the secret passageway is." The city lord's wife believed him and told him the location of the secret passageway. "Madam, don't worry. I will definitely find that Emperor Jade." With that, Xian Sitian snapped the city lord's wife's neck. The latter's eyes rolled back and she died with remaining grievances. She never thought that Xian Sitian would be so cold-blooded and heartless. Chapter 961. With the governor's wife dead, only Xian Sitian knew the whereabouts of the White Tiger Emperor's jade. Xian Sitian thought to himself, the secret path this bitch spoke of is indeed hidden. Normal people wouldn't be able to find it. Men, throw this bitch's corpse outside the camp and feed it to the magical beasts. Humph, reckless woman. If it weren't for the Emperor's jade, do you think I would have tolerated you for so many years? The Zhou state is within my reach. Not to mention the Grand Emperor city, even if I have to sacrifice the lives of everyone around me, I would still do it, the governor laughed loudly. His actions caused his guards to feel a chill in their hearts. The governor killed the madam. Could it be that something happened in the Grand Emperor city? The guards didn't dare to make any noise. They carried the corpse outside the camp. Don't ask too much. Didn't you see what happened to the madam? Why do I feel like the governor has been a bit off recently? The guard sighed. When they reached the entrance of the camp, they happened to run into the Marquis of Jiayuan. Stop right there. Why are you sneaking around? What are you moving out of the camp for? The Marquis of Jiayuan's face darkened. Recently, he had suffered quite a bit of oppression from the Grand Emperor city's governor. Originally, he only wanted to ask the Marquis of Jiayuan for help. Who would have thought that Xian Sitian would directly take away his military power? Now, he had become the commander-in-chief of the camp. Piss off. Since when did you have the right to care about the governor's matters? The two guards said disdainfully. They looked down on the Marquis of Jiayuan from the bottom of their hearts. As a general of the Zhou state, he colluded with an external force and committed treason. The governor was actually working with someone like that. The two guards no longer paid any attention to the Marquis of Jiayuan. They carried the corpse out of the camp, found an empty area, and threw the corpse out. After the two guards left, the Marquis of Jiayuan sneakily walked out. He looked at the corpse and recognized that it was the madam of the Grand Emperor city. He then examined the wound and discovered that the madam had been strangled to death. The madam of the Grand Emperor city was dead? Could it be that something really did happen in the Grand Emperor city? Was what was written in the letter true? The Marquis of Jiayuan hurriedly returned to his room and closed the door. He walked to the illumination formation and secretly took out a letter. The letter was written by the regent of Great Zhou a few days ago. At first, Marquis Jiayuan didn't believe it, but from the looks of it, the Prince Regent really was still alive. The disappearance of the Prince Regent is just a pretense. The purpose is to attack Grand Emperor City. If that's really the case, then I'll definitely die in this rebellion. It's over, it's over. The Marquis of Jiayuan had always been a two-faced and cowardly person. After thinking about it for an entire night, the state of the city lord's wife's death lingered in his mind. Around daybreak, the Marquis of Jiayuan snuck away. Before he left, he took some of the gold coins and other valuables from the treasury. The Marquis of Jiayuan didn't even bring his family. He only brought 2 storage rings with large amounts of money and rushed in the direction of Penglai. Later on, when the new Qin emperor ascended to the throne, the Tang Yuan and Li Shao declined, and the Zhou state could not tolerate traitors. As for the immortal abode, it was an otherworldly place and would not accept a traitor like him. After thinking about it, the only place the Marquis of Jiayuan could seek refuge was the Penglai Zhao state. However, the Marquis of Jiayuan didn't expect to run into Cheng Bai and Bujioxiao before he could escape the Zhou state. You! Why are you here? The Marquis of Jiayuan trembled with fear. TSK, the Prince Regent was right. That coward was indeed preparing to escape. She even figured out that you must be preparing to escape to Penglai. Cheng Bai smiled mischievously while Bu Jiuxiao glared at the Marquis of Jiayuan. The two approached step by step. The Marquis of Jiayuan was so frightened that he knelt and begged for mercy. After a series of miserable cries, everything returned to normal. Bu Jiuxiao kicked away the Marquis of Jiayuan's lifeless corpse and found several storage rings on him. TSK, the Marquis of Jiayuan is quite black-hearted. Most of the valuable items and military funds in the barracks were taken by him, right? It looks like Xian Sitian won't be able to hold on for much longer. Cheng Bai checked the resources in the storage rings and clicked his tongue. Without this military fund, the city lord of Grand Emperor's group probably wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Bring this news to Yunxing first. She should have another plan. With that, Bu Jiuxiao ordered someone to send the news to Grand Emperor City. At this moment, the city lord of Grand Emperor City was still immersed in his beautiful dream of becoming the emperor of Zhou State. City Lord. City Lord, bad news. The Marquis of Jiayuan has disappeared. Someone said that the regent of Great Zhou has returned. After the news spread, the morale of the soldiers in the barracks collapsed. Many soldiers want to defect. A guard rushed into the commander-in-chief's barracks. Xian Sitian's entire body trembled when he heard this. The Marquis of Jiayuan, who forsook righteousness at the sight of profit, actually cowered at such a critical juncture. The city lord of Grand Emperor City was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Although he had colluded with the Marquis of Jiayuan in this rebellion, most of the troops were gathered by the Marquis of Jiayuan. He had only brought a portion of Grand Emperor City's elites. Defend. We must defend even if we die. If anyone dares to defect, kill them all. Xian Sitian's face was cold and emotionless. Why did the originally favorable situation suddenly take a turn for the worse overnight? The fall of Grand Emperor City and the betrayal of the Marquis of Jiayuan had all happened in one day. Why was it so coincidental? The city lord of Grand Emperor City had already sensed that something was wrong. However, even someone as cunning as him couldn't figure out which step had gone wrong. However, the city lord of Grand Emperor City didn't expect that there was an even worse situation waiting for him. Within Grand Emperor City, Yunxing had already received news of the Marquis of Jiayuan's death. Xian Sitian is still unwilling to withdraw his troops. This person is more composed than we expected. Long Feng had already made arrangements within Grand Emperor City and was only waiting for Xian Sitian's return. She didn't expect Xian Sitian to still be able to hold on after knowing that Grand Emperor City had fallen and that the Marquis of Jiayuan had defected. It's fine. I've already asked Uncle Hua and Master Zhongren to prepare for the follow-up. All we have to do now is wait. Yunxing was very calm. She didn't believe that the last straw she had prepared wouldn't crush Xian Sitian to death. After staying in Grand Emperor City for a few days, Yunxing and Long Feng busied themselves with setting up the defenses in the city. They planned to deal a fatal blow to Xian Sitian when he returned. On the other side, while Yunxing was extremely busy, Baby Sheep was having a great time playing. Ever since Baby Sheep learned to speak the human language, it liked to interact with people. Especially some of the children in the city. When they saw how cute Baby Sheep was, they had a lot of fun playing with it. Baby Sheep relied on its special ability to break all kinds of magical restrictions and had always been the #1 master of hide and seek among magical beasts. On this day, Baby Sheep hid in a house as usual. After waiting for a long time, no one came to look for it. Baby Sheep didn't know that the house it was casually hiding in was actually the city lord's residence. I have more updates tonight. Chapter 962. The Grand Emperor City's mayor had a strong reputation in the city. Although the Grand Emperor City was under the Yuan family's jurisdiction, the mayor's mansion was still an important place in the city. No one dared to approach the mayor's mansion, let alone the children in the city. They did not have the guts to look for Bobo Sheep in the mayor's mansion. Bobo Sheep was bored from waiting, so it started to wander around the mansion. Suddenly, Bobo Sheep's eyes lit up and it looked around. Bop bop, there seems to be a very powerful force. Bob Sheep flew straight into a lavishly decorated house. Looking at the furnishings, the interior was magnificent. At a glance, one could tell that this was the house's mistress room. Bobo Sheep flew to a wardrobe and realized that the energy wave came from below the wardrobe. Bobo, my dear master, Bobo Sheep found something good. Come quickly. Yun Sheng, who was patrolling the city with Long Feng, suddenly heard Bobo Sheep's telepathic message. Yun Sheng asked Long Feng to continue patrolling while she went to look for Bobo Sheep. When she realized that Bobo Sheep was in the mayor's mansion, Yun Sheng felt helpless. This fella, she told it not to run around, but it insisted on going wherever it was not allowed to go. Following Bobo Sheep's scent, Yun Sheng found the mayor's wife's room. When she entered the room, the wardrobe in the room was moved away by Bobo Sheep. A secret passage that could only accommodate one person per day appeared in front of Yun Sheng. Bobo, my dear master, it's something good. Bobo Sheep flew out with a swoosh, holding a piece of jade in its hand. Yun Sheng looked at the jade carefully and felt that it was familiar. Emperor Totem Jade? Yun Sheng recognized this piece of jade. She remembered that when she fought with the Grand Elder of the Grand Emperor City, he used a piece of jade that could summon the Vermilion Bird Totem. It was very similar to this piece of jade. However, that piece of jade was the fiery red Vermilion Bird Emperor Jade, while this piece of jade that Bobo Sheep found was white. This room used to be the mayor's wife's room. This secret passage should be the secret passage that the mayor's wife used to escape. She should have lost the jade in a hurry. Previously, Yuan Bupo had led his men to search this room. However, they could not find the location of the secret passage. It must have been hidden by a special magic array. However, in front of Pops, who could ignore all magic barriers were nothing. Yun Sheng was just about to examine the Emperor Jade when she suddenly felt a powerful battle chi surge out from the Emperor Jade. The Emperor Jade turned into a beam of white light and turned into a fierce tiger with shiny fur and black stripes all over its body. The white tiger's muscles were bulging. After it transformed into its tiger form, it pounced toward Yun Sheng like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. Bo, you're not allowed to hurt your beloved master. Exile. The word Bo came out naturally, and the word exile came out immediately. Yun Sheng reacted quickly and covered Kissing Sheep's mouth with one hand. This was a once-a-month precious opportunity. He couldn't let it go to waste. When the white tiger appeared, a phoenix chirped from Yun Sheng's Shenong medical bracelet. A beautiful bird with flaming feathers and a red crown appeared from the bracelet. Facing the majestic white tiger with its powerful battle chi, the Vermilion Bird Totem flapped its wings and pounced. Its two golden claws grabbed the white tiger's body and flung it out. Roar! The white tiger totem also sensed the Vermilion Bird Totem's existence. The two totem divine beasts faced each other. Vermilion Bird, it's really you. Useless thing. You actually submitted to an outsider. The four Emperor Jades were divine tools with spiritual consciousness. Ever since the Vermilion Bird went missing, the other three Emperor Jades totem divine beasts were worried about its whereabouts. Who knew that the Vermilion Bird Totem actually submitted to an outsider outside of the Grand Emperor City? White Tiger, so what if it's an outsider? Didn't you realize that she can awaken us? We've stayed in the Grand Emperor City for so many years. Was there anyone who could awaken us? Don't forget our ancestors' teachings. The person who can awaken the four divine beasts can open the God's path and help us return to the God realm. That person is our master. The Vermilion Bird Totem raised its head proudly. Yun Sheng did not see any ancient tombs in the Grand Emperor City. She did not know which tomb the two totem divine beasts were talking about. According to the totem divine beasts, there were a total of 4 Emperor Jades. Where were the remaining 2 Emperor Jades? The white tiger totem hesitated. The vermilion bird totem seemed to be right. The white tiger Emperor Jade had always belonged to the descendants of the city lord's wife. However, after so many years, no one could make the white tiger Emperor Jade appear even though they had entered the emperor's tomb with it many times. However, today, the moment this outsider touched the Emperor Jade, the white tiger totem felt a strong summoning force. It woke up from its long slumber. However, the white tiger totem did not intend to accept Yunsheng. It snorted coldly. Even if she woke us up, it's only you and me. Brother Azure Dragon has already submitted to Xian Sitian. It will definitely not acknowledge this woman who is as weak as an ant. The white tiger totem looked at Yunsheng with disdain. A woman dressed as a man from the ant-human clan. She had no muscles and no fighting spirit. If the white tiger acknowledged such a master, it would be laughed at by the other divine beasts when it returned to the god realm. Brother Azure Dragon's matter happened out of helplessness. You have to admit it even if you don't want to. Look at the bracelet on her hand. It's clearly the token of the Yen Emperor's successor. The vermilion bird looked impatient. It was too lazy to argue with the white tiger. Unlike the vermilion bird, the white tiger was the divine beast with the strongest fighting spirit. This fellow was simple-minded and easily caused trouble. If it was not for the fact that the vermilion bird totem was able to help its master fight against Xian Sitian, who had the Emperor Jade of the Azure Dragon, it really would not have bothered to talk to this fellow. The white tiger totem glared. Only then did it notice the Shinno medical bracelet in Yunsheng's hand. 9 Flames bracelet. When it saw the medical bracelet, the white tiger's arrogant gaze immediately changed. Wait a moment. Lord Divine Beasts, shouldn't you first tell me what the Emperor's tomb's secret realm is and what are the 4 Emperor Jades? Also, the medical bracelet on my hand is a family heirloom. It's not some 9 Flames bracelet. Yunsheng was baffled. The white tiger and the vermilion bird looked at each other. The vermilion bird landed on the ground and said, Master, should have told you about the 4 great divine beasts a long time ago. It's just that you weren't strong enough previously. I was worried that if the Emperor Jades were to be leaked, it would bring you unnecessary trouble. But today, you've awakened the white tiger. This proves that you're indeed the person we've been waiting for. It's also time to tell you the true secret of the Grand Emperor City. The vermilion bird's words were filled with joy and helplessness. The secret of the Grand Emperor City? Wasn't it just the Dihong song? The path to becoming a god is hidden in the Emperor's tomb of the Grand Emperor City. The vermilion bird said something that surprised Yunsheng and Baby Sheep. Chapter 963. Becoming a God. This was a word that could easily move one's heart. God, to Yunsheng who had received more than 20 years of atheism education, was once an extremely unfamiliar word. Even after coming to the boundless land, Yunsheng still did not immediately accept the concept of God. Even if there were gods, they were magic gods, martial gods, beast gods, and so on. These so-called gods were mostly people who had reached a certain level of strength and were respectfully addressed by people. It was not to say that they were really gods. Because, no matter how powerful an expert was, there would be a time when his strength was exhausted. The lifespan of an expert was limited, and they would all fall. Until the appearance of the popping sheep, Yunsheng then knew that there really was a realm of gods on this land. In the realm of gods, there lived the gods who were truly immortal. Moreover, there was actually a special way to become a god in the human world. That was to find the way to become a god, pass the God's Path test, and become a member of the realm of gods. However, was there really a so-called way to become a god in this world? Seeing that Yunsheng and the popping sheep both had a look of disbelief, the vermilion bird totem explained patiently. Master, the one beside you should be a world deity beast from the human world. I believe it should have told you that there are many other planes outside this human world. The vermilion bird totem recognized the world deity beast beside Yunsheng. It is a world deity beast from the human world. How did it become like this? The white tiger totem looked as if it had seen a ghost. World deity beasts were not ordinary. Their numbers were even rarer than ordinary deity beasts. The white tiger totem was only a half-deity beast. The deity beasts it had seen before were at least tall and mighty, with a king's aura as vast as the sea. However, the creature in front of it had a disgusting color, and its fur was all wavy and curly. It did not look like a demonic beast at all. Shouldn't demonic beasts be ferocious, terrifying, and bloodthirsty? TSK, looking like this, it was actually a world deity beast from the human world. Bo, what a muscle-bound, simple-minded stupid cat. You're just envious and jealous. You're envious that this god is loved by everyone. The Bo sheep was extremely dissatisfied. What kind of lousy white tiger was this? It actually dared to look down on it. White tiger, don't be rude. Universe god beasts aren't adults yet. The vermilion bird totem glared at the white tiger. Yunxing recalled that popping sheep had indeed mentioned some things about the plane. Humans and beasts lived together in the human world. In addition to the mortal world, there was also the netherworld where the 3 immortal souls and 6 mortal souls, fiends, demons, and spirits resided. There was also the divine world. Between different realms, there would be specialized universe god beasts watching over them. Under the supervision of the universe god beasts, the human clan, the god clan, and the underworld clan couldn't interact with each other. Otherwise, the chaos in the order of each realm would definitely lead to chaos in the other realms. As everyone knew, the god world was the most prosperous and powerful among the major worlds because the gods of the god world had eternal lifespans. Therefore, whether it was the nether race, the human race, or the beast race, all of them had been searching for the path to godhood for many years. Among them, some of the experts succeeded. They either opened up or found the path to godhood. Regardless of whether they found it or opened it up, those who completed the path to godhood would be able to obtain eternal life and successfully reach the god world to become a god. The owner of the 9 Flames bracelet, Emperor 9 Flames, was one of them. Once upon a time, the 4 great totem god beasts were the god beasts under Emperor 9 Flames. As for why the 4 great totem god beasts came to the human world, it was all because of the white tiger's poisonous tongue. The 4 great totem god beasts originally followed Emperor 9 Flames to the god world to become a god. But once, the white tiger totem accidentally offended a superior god of the god world and was almost slaughtered. Thanks to Emperor 9 Flames' pleading, the white tiger totem was sent back to the human world to cultivate its god Yuan again. The 4 great totem god beasts had a deep relationship and followed Emperor 9 Flames to become a god. The other 3 great totem god beasts returned to the human world together with the white tiger totem to reconstruct their god Yuan. Before leaving, Emperor 9 Flames said that if the 4 great totem god beasts could meet a new master who could awaken them at the same time, it would mean that the 9 Flames god path was about to open and the 4 great totem god beasts would return to the god world. In that case, new master, you should also understand that the so-called path to godhood is the path left behind by those who became gods. For example, the path left behind by Emperor 9 Flames is the 9 Flames god path. The vermilion bird totem explained the origin of the path to godhood in a concise manner. Vermilion bird, are you saying that there is a 9 Flames god path in the Emperor's tomb that leads to the god world and that anyone who passes through this path can become a god? Yun Sheng had a clear understanding of life and death. She had lived 2 lives and had died once. She was not afraid of death, but since she was alive, she wanted to live to the fullest. The path to godhood sounded extremely powerful. If there was a chance, she wanted to try it. Humph, you wish. If everyone can become a god, the god world will be overcrowded, White Tiger said disdainfully. White Tiger is right. Even if you enter the Nine Flames God path, you may not be able to become a god. The Vermilion Bird Totem shook its head. Under the Vermilion Bird Totem's explanation, Yunxing found out that before Emperor Nine Flames became a god, he had left behind different entrances to the Nine Flames God path on different continents and even in different planes. The Emperor's tomb in Grand Emperor City was just one of the entrances. Not only were there many entrances to the God path, but the path was also extremely dangerous. Due to the different origins of the entrances, it could be from the underworld or from other continents. Therefore, even though there were people who entered the Nine Flames God path over the years, there were very few who could actually pass through it. Some people succeeded and reached the God world, but 99% of them died halfway. The four great totem god beasts could only return to the God world by reopening the entrances and entering the Nine Flames God path. Since they may not be able to become a god, why do so many people still try? Yunxing expressed her doubts. Stupid. Even if they can't become a god, as long as they walk one round on the God path, they can obtain many treasures. The White Tiger Totem could not help but roll its eyes. If it had not seen the Nine Flames bracelet, it would not have believed that the ant-human in front of it was a descendant of Emperor Nine Flames. Yunxing did not know who Emperor Nine Flames was. Her bracelet was left behind by Emperor Shenong. Perhaps Emperor Nine Flames was the name of Emperor Nine Flames in this plane or among the godly beasts. Anyone who could find the god's path was definitely a strong person. Once these people stepped on the god's path, they all had the mentality of giving it their all. All kinds of precious Dharma weapons and priceless battle skills and magic spells. These treasures followed the strong people who found the path and stepped on the god's path. Hearing this, Yunxing and Baby Sheep's eyes lit up. Baby Sheep, my dear master, treasure that can increase cultivation. Baby Sheep wants it. Baby Sheep looked as if he was salivating. Chapter 964. The god's path was nothing. Yunxing didn't want to become a god yet. But the treasures on the god's path were different. Yunxing was also a little moved. Not to mention other things, just based on what the two totem divine beasts had said just now, danger and opportunity coexisted on the god's path. If Yunxing wanted to save her mother, Hu Jiusheng, she had to be as strong as Emperor Zhao. If she could walk around the god's continent, her power might improve greatly. Vermilion Bird, why are you saying so much? The Jiu Yen god's path isn't that easy to open. Look at her. She doesn't look like she can defeat Xian Sitian. Without the Emperor's Jade, she can't open the Jiu Yen god's path. It's better to rely on Xian Sitian than her. The White Tiger snorted. An ant-human and a weak world deity beast actually wanted to step onto the Jiu Yen god's path. That was blasphemy to the Emperor Jiu Yen. It had been countless generations since the four divine beasts were beaten back to the human world and awakened. Out of the four Emperor Jades, only 3 had been awakened. The first one, the Black Tortoise Emperor Jade, was awakened by the first head of the Yuan clan, the first wife of the Grand Emperor City Lord. The second one, the Emperor's Jade, was awakened by Xian Sitian 25 years ago. The third one, the Vermilion Bird Emperor Jade, was awakened by Yunxing several years ago. The fourth one, the White Tiger Emperor Jade, was also awakened by Yunxing. Yunxing alone had awakened 2 Emperor Jades. This at least meant that she was the most likely person to awaken all the Emperor Jades. This was also why the Vermilion Bird Totem immediately stopped the White Tiger from harming Yunxing after it was awakened. Xian Sitian. White Tiger, if you really thought he was a suitable master, you would have recognized him as your master long ago. If we follow him, will we become gods or demons? The Vermilion Bird Totem retorted. The White Tiger Totem was speechless. How could it not know this? Although the wife of the Grand Emperor City's City Lord was unable to awaken the White Tiger Empyrean Jade, she had kept it close to her for many years. The white tiger totem was still somewhat connected to her. At this moment, that brainless woman had been killed by the ambitious Xian Sitian. The 4 totem divine beasts were ancient divine beasts. They followed Emperor Jiao Yan, who was a merciful great saint of the human race. Under the influence of what they saw and heard, although the 4 totemic divine beasts were a little arrogant, they only accepted those who were open and aboveboard, who cared about the world, as their masters. Xian Sitian was powerful enough, but he was definitely not a god. The white tiger had to admit that it looked down on a petty person like Xian Sitian. Compared to Xian Haotian, this anthuman with a medicinal pill aroma on his body was indeed a little more pleasing to the eye. Since none of you are willing to acknowledge Xian Sitian as your master, then why would the totem azure dragon be willing to follow Si Tian? Could it be that the totem azure dragon has fallen? Over the past few days, Yun Sheng had heard from Yuan Bupo that the Grand Emperor City's city lord, Xian Sitian, could summon the totem azure dragon. It was also because of the totem azure dragon's existence that the Yuan family had not been a match for Xian Sitian all these years. And human, don't speak nonsense. Brother Azure Dragon is the most upright of the 4 totem divine beasts. It was also the mount of Emperor Jiao Yan back then. Brother Azure Dragon was bewitched by Di Hong Song and was controlled by Xian Sitian. The white tiger was angry and helpless when it heard this. Master, the vermilion bird is here. I hope you can think of a way to save Brother Azure Dragon. The vermilion bird's eyes were filled with anger and sorrow. As a divine beast, it was a tragedy to be controlled against its will. Vermilion bird, even if I want to help you, I am powerless. Xian Sitian's Di Hong Song's cultivation is much higher than mine. How can I save the totem azure dragon from his hands? Yun Sheng smiled bitterly. The Di Hong Song's power was not to be underestimated. Only a higher level Di Hong Song could break the control effect of the Di Hong Song. Yun Sheng's Di Hong Song was learned halfway. Not only was she tone deaf, she had only learned 6 chapters of the Di Hong Song. Xian Sitian, on the other hand, had learned the Di Hong Song since he was young and had even obtained the 8th chapter of the Di Hong Song from the Emperor's tomb. Yun Sheng was well aware of the difference in strength between her and Xian Sitian. Her Di Hong Song cultivation was inferior to Yuan Bupo's, let alone Xian Sitian. Master, you don't have to worry about this. The 9th chapter of the Di Hong Song is in the Emperor's tomb. In the past, Xian Sitian brought someone he did not love into the Emperor's tomb in order to seize the position of the city lord. In the end, he only obtained the 8th chapter of the Di Hong Song. One day, as long as Master finds the person you love and enters the Emperor's tomb, the 2 of you will be able to learn the 9th chapter of the Di Hong Song. At that time, Master will be able to use the 9th chapter of the Di Hong Song to save Big Brother Azure Dragon. The vermilion bird's words stunned Yun Sheng. The conditions for obtaining the 9th chapter of the Di Hong Song must be 2 people who are in love with each other. 2 people who are truly in love with each other must be able to play the zither and flute together. Yun Sheng had someone she loved, but that person was now, her heart ached slightly. Yun Sheng thought to herself, Night Fox, where are you? Sadness only lasted for a moment. Yun Sheng quickly calmed herself down. Xian Sitian is much more powerful than me. I can only promise that I will try my best to save the Azure Dragon Totem for you. Yun Sheng made a solemn promise. Yun Sheng did not know that her promise to try my best made the 2 godly beasts look at her in a new light. At least it proved that this human girl was not someone who would casually blackmail others or talk big. The moment she made the promise, her eyes were filled with certainty and confidence. The white tiger totem and the vermilion bird totem seemed to be infected by her, and a glimmer of hope appeared in their hearts. And human race, if you can save Big Brother Azure Dragon, I, the white tiger, promise to accept your summons once. The white tiger seemed to be infected by Yun Sheng and actually made a promise. I, the vermilion bird, also agree. As long as Master can save Big Brother Azure Dragon, I am also willing to accept your summons once. The vermilion bird also made a promise. 2 chances to summon the godly beasts. Yun Sheng could not help but feel her heart itch. Earlier, she had received the vermilion bird's recognition. However, that did not mean that she had formed a contract with the godly beast vermilion bird. In fact, when the vermilion bird Emperor Jade was in the hands of the Great Elder, he could also use it. However, that was not the vermilion bird's full power. The Great Elder had only awakened the vermilion bird's divine power in its totem state. It was only 50% of its usual power. Godly beasts were different from ordinary demonic beasts in that they could not be directly contracted. Only a true god, such as the Nine Flames Emperor, could form a contract with a godly beast. However, that did not mean that humans could not summon godly beasts. As long as a godly beast accepted a human summon, a human summoner could also summon a godly beast. However, it was not a permanent summon but a one-time summon. However, even if it was only a one-time summon, it was still a godly beast summon, a true godly beast. Chapter 965. Even if it was only a one-time summon, the power of the divine beasts was astonishing. With the help of the 2 divine beasts, even if they encountered people like the Emperor Zhao in red, there was no need to be afraid. Since that's the case, we'll just sit here and wait for Xian Sitian to return. Thinking about it, Xian Sitian should have been forced into a corner by now. Yun Sheng had a mischievous smile on her face. In the military camp, an unprecedented low pressure enveloped the hearts of all the soldiers. They all knew that their commander, the Marquis of Jiayuan, had already escaped. However, no one dared to escape. That was because the Grand Emperor City's people were guarding the various exits of the military camp. If anyone tried to escape, they would be killed. Even so, the morale of the soldiers was declining by the day. The supplies in the military camp were also decreasing by the day. One night, in the dead of night, the sound of a zither suddenly came from outside the military camp. The sound of the zither was gentle and very pleasant to the ears. It was a zither song that was very popular among the people of Zhou State. The zither song was the sound of missing one's parents, children, wives, and daughters. When the soldiers heard it, they couldn't help but think of their relatives back home. Even those soldiers of Grand Emperor City also had hot tears brimming in their eyes when they heard it. Bastard! Go and search immediately. See who is bewitching and shaking the soldiers' morale. When Xian Sitian heard the sound of the zither, he knew that it was the enemy's plan. However, when Xian Sitian sent out his guards to search for the entire night, the sound of the zither was still the same. They just couldn't find the person. What made Xian Sitian even more furious was that in the following days, there was a similar sound of the zither every day. The soldiers in the military camp missed their homes more and missed their families more and more. Despite the risk of being beheaded, the number of deserters in the military camp increased by the day. Helpless, Xian Sitian could only send people to patrol around the military camp every night. Once they found someone suspicious, they would immediately be executed. In the middle of the night, a few flying demonic beasts circled above the military camp. Grand Master Zhongren, Longhua, and Oriole were together under the cover of the night to check the situation in the military camp below. Oriole was holding a zither in her hands. For the past few nights, she had followed Yun Sheng's orders and played some songs of homesickness near the military camp. Oriole and Longhua didn't understand why Yun Sheng was doing this. In Yun Sheng's words, this was a very effective strategy. It was called, surrounded by enemies on all sides. Yun Sheng said that the Zhou State's rebels were betrayed the Marquis of Jiayuan's instigation. It was said that the soldiers in the rebel camp must have regretted it after learning that the regent was still alive. Oriole and Oriole didn't have the Oriole's Oriole, Oriole did not believe it at first. It was just an ordinary folk song, not a powerful battle song like Di Honga. How could it make the soldiers surrender? However, a few days had passed. During these few days, the morale of the Zhou state's rebel army had clearly slackened. The soldiers were listless even when they were patrolling at night. Wang Fei is really amazing. Long Hua was also dumbfounded. He, master has always been clever. The plan is only half complete. The other half is up to us. Zhong Renj grimaced and took out some papers from his storage ring. These things that Yun Sheng called flyers were the second gift that she had prepared for Xian Sitian. For the past few nights, Xian Sitian had been unable to sleep or eat because of that damn zither music. Even in his dreams, he would dream of some situations in Imperial Grand City. Fortunately, he didn't hear the sound of the zither last night and was able to sleep peacefully. Early in the morning, as soon as Xian Sitian got up and walked out of the commander-in-chief's camp, something fell down like a feather in front of him. Xian Sitian made a grabbing motion, and a piece of paper appeared in his hand. When he saw the contents of the paper, Xian Sitian smashed the paper with his palm. Men, where did these papers come from? Don't leave a single one behind. Destroy them all. Lies to mislead the public. All of them are lies to mislead the public. Search them immediately. No one is allowed to have these papers on them. Xian Sitian ordered a thorough search, and all the papers with all kinds of rumors were taken away. However, Xian Sitian didn't know that his vigorous search had made the people in the camp believe the truth written on the flyers even more. Although all the flyers had been destroyed, the rumors were still growing. In every corner of the camp, there were people spreading rumors. Have you heard? Imperial Grand City has been captured, and the citizens have all been captured. If the city lord doesn't go back to save the people, the enemy will kill a person every hour. Rumor has it that the regent of Great Zhou, Martial Emperor Yi Baiming, didn't go missing at all. He was the one who personally led his men to attack the Grand Emperor city. These rumors were even more damaging than the zither music from before. Because not only were the soldiers of Zhou state affected, but even more were the experts of Imperial Grand City. Among them were several elders of Imperial Grand City. City Lord, let's return to Imperial Grand City. Our brothers don't need Zhou state's territory. Why should we bear the evil reputation of invading another country? City Lord, I heard that Imperial Grand City has been captured. My family is still in the city. They said that if the city lord doesn't return, they will kill everyone in the city. They won't even spare the old, the weak, the women, and the children. Impossible. That's all fake news. The ones who captured Imperial Grand City were only the people of the Yuan clan. They wouldn't dare to do anything to the people in the city. Xian Sitian was annoyed by the crowd's words. City Lord, if you continue to be stubborn, the elders and I will have no choice but to return to Imperial Grand City ourselves. The first elder was also angry. His family and wife were still in Imperial Grand City. In order to become the emperor, the city lord didn't care about the lives of the citizens. This made the first elder very disappointed. That day, the first elder left with almost 70% of Imperial Grand City's experts. Not long after the first elder left. Suddenly, the sound of dense iron hooves could be heard from the back of the military camp. Reporting to the city lord, Yun Ba led 30,000 Yun clan troops and charged into the military camp. The moment the Yun clan troops charged into the military camp, they were like a hot knife through butter. The rebels of Zhou state took advantage of the chaos in the military camp and fled. The military camp was empty in an instant. Faced with this scene, Xian Sitian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. If he had lost in a fair battle, Xian Sitian would have accepted it. However, he hadn't even exchanged blows with the other party yet and had lost in such a baffling manner. Xian Sitian knew that he had lost this time, but not at the hands of Yun Ba. Regent of Great Zhou Yi Baiming, this city lord will not rest until you die. Xian Sitian roared angrily. He unwillingly led the remaining experts of Imperial Grand City and hurriedly rushed back to Imperial Grand City. Chapter 966. After withdrawing from Zhou State, the group of people, including First Elder, fell for Yun Sheng's besieged tactic and rushed back to Grand Emperor City anxiously. After discussing for a while, First Elder made the decision to launch a surprise attack on Grand Emperor City overnight to regain control of Grand Emperor City. Because he was worried that the people in Grand Emperor City would discover their tracks, First Elder did not even dare to use illumination magic. Everyone could only follow the night sky, pass through the magic restriction outside Grand Emperor City, and head straight to Grand Emperor City. But as soon as they entered the magic restriction area, First Elder felt that something was wrong. These restrictions could not be more familiar to the people in Grand Emperor City. Normally, they could pass through even with their eyes closed. They carefully bypassed the restriction and prepared to sneak into Grand Emperor City under the night sky. But today, as soon as they entered the magic restriction, a gust of cold magic wind blew past. Under their feet, countless earth spikes pierced out of the hard soil with bang 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 sounds. The experts in Grand Emperor City were not on guard and injured several people in succession before they broke through the first restriction. But just as they passed through the encirclement of the earth spikes, a fire wall suddenly ignited in front of them. Walls of fire began to burn fiercely. For a moment, the surroundings turned into a sea of fire, trapping First Elder and the others in the sea of fire. That sea of fire was like oil being poured on it, burning people and devouring beasts on sight. It was even more ferocious than the earth spikes earlier. After losing dozens of people, First Elder finally rushed out with great difficulty and cursed in his heart. Damn it, how many magic arrays did the Yuan family and that Prince Regent of Zhou State set up around this restriction? Finally, they rushed to the edge of the magic restriction. First Elder and the others heaved a sigh of relief with great difficulty. There was some sound in the sky, as if there were countless mosquitoes buzzing. Looking up, everyone was immediately shocked by the scene before them. In the sky, there was a large number of night charms that looked like humans and also like magical beasts. Every night charm had green skin, and they were either holding bows and arrows in their hands or holding tridents. They were fiercely screaming at First Elder and the others in ridicule. Under the cover of the night, only the green eyes of the night charms that were like fireflies could be seen. There were so many of them that they were like moths. Among Chi Mei's group, there was a slender, dark-skinned elf named Chi Mei. She stared at everyone arrogantly and shouted, "Attack!" In an instant, the ground was covered with thorns, and in the sky, the evil spirits launched a fierce attack. Break out of the encirclement. Break through this magical restriction. The First Elder was also enraged. Despite the chaos, his mind was still relatively clear. These evil spirits before them were only numerous in number. In terms of strength, these powerhouses of Grand Emperor City were far above them. The Great Elder recognized the situation clearly. He found a gap in the barrier and quickly broke out, leading a group of elites in the city to form a force. Like a spear, they tore apart the encirclement of Demon Queen Knight. The strength of this group of experts from Grand Emperor City was ultimately a notch higher than the others. But even so, after charging out of the restriction, the number of people had already been reduced sharply by half. The First Elder knew in his heart that his actions had definitely alarmed the people in the Grand Emperor City. However, since things had already developed to this point, there was no way out for them. Several hundred Grand Emperor City powerhouses hurried to Grand Emperor City in dire straits. At this moment, the eastern horizon was already a sea of white. The night attack had already failed before it even began. On top of the city gate, Yuan Wuxia and Yuan Bupo led the Yuan family in a condescending manner, facing the First Elder and the others. Yuan Wuxia, you took advantage of the city lord's absence to offend your superiors. Do you know your crime? Why haven't you opened the city gate and surrendered? The First Elder saw the Yuan family father and son and was furious. The Yuan family father and son had an indifferent expression. Yuan Wuxia took a step forward. First Elder, my Yuan family branch has been loyal to Grand Emperor City for many years. This time, we rebelled and seized the city because the city lord and the various elders disobeyed the ancestral teachings. First Elder. Let me ask you, what is the ancestral teachings of Grand Emperor City? Yuan Wuxia glared angrily. The First Elder's old face reddened from the question. Grand Emperor City was an otherworldly city. Back then, when the first city lord and his wife established the city, they had already set down the ancestral teachings. First, the lineage of Grand Emperor City had taken the responsibility of guarding Grand Emperor's tomb for generations. If the boundless continent was in danger, they could open the tomb and join hands with the various factions of the continent to protect the boundless continent. Second, their descendants could not be greedy and use the Di Hong Song to conquer the world. Generations of Grand Emperor City's city lords had all followed these two ancient teachings. Only Xian Sitian was unwilling to guard Grand Emperor City and stay in a corner of the city. He enticed the elders to establish the Blood Hand Tycoon, then funded the later Qin Rebellion. This time, he even directly participated in the Zhou State's rebellion. The First Elder and the others already knew. It was only because they were greedy and afraid of Xian Sitian's strength that they kept helping him. First Elder, what's wrong? You can't say anything, right? It's already clear who the traitor of Grand Emperor City is. The city lord has disobeyed the ancestral teachings and is punished the same as the citizens. According to the laws of Grand Emperor City, the city lord should be removed. Yuan Bupo mocked. Remove the city lord. Remove the city lord. On the city wall, many citizens of Grand Emperor City shouted loudly. Waves of voices came one after another. Xian Mimi and Madame Qing, who were escorted up the city wall by Yuan Bupo and the others, were pale. Nonsense. What crime did father commit? You narrow-minded people who only know how to guard the emperor's tomb are the ones who deserve to die the most. Father, come out and kill these evil people. Xian Mimi had lost her husband and was imprisoned these days. Her mind was on the verge of collapse. The Yuan family father and son looked at the crowd again and realized that Grand Emperor City Lord Xian Sitian was not in the crowd. Where did Xian Sitian go? Yuan Bupo looked behind him again and realized that Yun Sheng was also gone. In the pitch-black city lord's residence in Grand Emperor City, a ghostly figure crossed the city wall. Yuan family father and son, regent of Great Zhou, feel free to be proud. Once I find the White Tiger Emperor Jade, I'll take care of your family. Xian Sitian sneered. Xian Sitian was a cunning old fox. After he failed in Zhou State, he rushed back to Grand Emperor City day and night. He was worried that if he left the White Tiger Emperor Jade in the city, something would happen during the chaos. So, he secretly followed behind the Great Elders group and sneaked into the city lord's residence when they were ambushed by the magic restriction and confronted the Yuan family father and son. Before the city lord's wife died, she only told Xian Sitian about the secret passage in her room. There was a special restriction set on the secret passage. If an outsider tried to force his way in, he would definitely destroy the passage. Only the city lord's wife knew a special method that could undo the restriction on the secret passage. Xian Sitian smoothly entered the room and moved the wardrobe aside. He checked carefully and found that the magic restriction behind the wardrobe had no signs of being opened. This meant that the secret passage had not been discovered and the White Tiger Emperor Jade must still be in the secret passage. Xian Sitian was overjoyed and undid the restriction without worry. A pitch-black secret passage was revealed. Xian Sitian impatiently entered the secret passage. Chapter 967. The secret passage was completely dark, and it was so dark that he couldn't even see his own fingers. Even with Xian Sitian's cultivation, he was still completely blind. He couldn't see anything clearly. It was as if something had swallowed all the light. Something seemed to be wrong. Just as Xian Sitian felt that something was wrong, a fist fiercely attacked him from behind. That fist was impossible to guard against. When the fist came down, it covered many of Xian Sitian's blind spots. The secret passage was narrow, and Xian Sitian felt as if he had nowhere to run. Not good. An ambush. This was Xian Sitian's first reaction when he was attacked. The opponent was a martial artist who was extremely skilled in close combat. Xian Sitian only had one thought in his mind, and that was to save his life. A holy rank magic tool suddenly appeared in his hand. The magic tool suddenly turned into a purple gold shield, blocking the fist. Although Xian Sitian was a summoner, he was also the lord of a city. He had many treasures and magic tools on him. This purple gold shield had astonishing defensive power. The assassin in the dark punched down at an extremely fast speed and landed on the purple gold shield. Even though the purple gold shield had astonishing defensive power, it was still hit by this huge force and a hole instantly appeared. However, it was also because of this block that Xian Sitian managed to save his life and had the time to chant a magic incantation. To be able to penetrate the purple gold shield with one punch, could this assassin's fist be made of purple gold as well? Xian Sitian was shocked. What was even more shocking was that after the assassin's fist penetrated the purple gold shield, it seemed as if nothing had happened at all. It retracted its fist, shook its wrist slightly, and threw out several more punches. The fist shadows surged toward Xian Sitian like a tide. However, Xian Sitian wasn't an ordinary person. In an instant, he finished chanting a magic incantation and used wind evasion to escape from the secret passage. Xian Sitian's head was covered in cold sweat. Behind him, a voice full of ridicule sounded. Xian Sitian, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xian Sitian's heart trembled, and he slowly turned around. You're the regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming. A black-clothed man suddenly appeared in the previously empty room. The black-clothed man had a charming appearance. His slightly tanned skin was as smooth as jade, and his black clothes were even darker than the night sky. His eyes were like the stars in the dark night. Even in the dim room, they were as dazzling as candlelight. Xian Sitian never thought that the regent of Great Zhou, who had risen to fame in the past few years, would be such a person. Xian Sitian was one of the strongest experts in the world. However, when the black-clothed man saw him, his expression was relaxed and fearless, and there was even a faint smile on the corners of his mouth. As soon as the black-clothed man appeared, a guard stood behind him. Xian Sitian's pupils violently shrank. The guard behind the black-clothed man was actually a golden man made of purple gold. He was still holding his purple gold shield in his hand. There was even a clear hole in the shield. Just now, when Xian Sitian used the purple gold shield to dodge that fatal sneak attack in the secret passageway, he only cared about running for his life. He didn't even know that the purple gold shield had been taken away by the assassin. Xian Sitian immediately realized that the person who had almost taken his life in the secret passageway was the purple gold man in front of him. There was actually a purple gold man who could walk around like a living person on the continent. Could it be that this was the legendary eternal magic tool that only master artificers could refine? Xian Sitian's heart tightened. He suddenly felt that the identity of the regent of Great Zhou in front of him was even more mysterious. Xian Sitian didn't recognize Yunsheng. The Yunsheng who had come to the Grand Emperor city several years ago was very different from the Yunsheng who had disguised herself today. More importantly, Yunsheng's strength back then was only that of a master magician. However, the regent of Great Zhou, standing in front of Xian Sitian, now had a luxurious aura and a powerful purple gold guard. City Lord, do you like this prince's hospitality? Although Yunsheng's expression was calm, she was somewhat worried in her heart. She had failed. She didn't expect that she would fail to kill Xian Sitian even after using all her schemes and exposing her tycoon gold. Xian Sitian was even more troublesome than she had imagined. He had already set up a trap in the secret passageway. Yun Xing immediately thought of this when she found the White Tiger Emperor's jade under the guidance of Papa Sheep. Since the Emperor's jade pass was so important that it could find the path to becoming a god, then Xian Sitian, who controlled the Azure Dragon Totem, must have already known of the existence of the path to becoming a god. For someone as ambitious as Xian Sitian, the temptation of becoming a god was far greater than conquering the continent. If Xian Sitian returned to the Grand Emperor city in defeat, his ambition of conquering the continent would be completely shattered. He would definitely find the White Tiger Emperor's jade, then steal the Vermilion Bird Emperor's jade and the Black Emperor's jade. He would gather the 4 jades and open the path to becoming a god of flames. After making up her mind, Yun Xing immediately decided to set up 2 ambushes in the secret passageway. The first ambush was to use Xiao Hei's Devouring the Heavens battle skill to blind Xian Sitian in the secret passageway. The second ambush was to use Tycoon Gold. Tycoon Gold knew both magic and battle aura. It didn't breathe at all and was hiding in the secret passageway. As long as she succeeded in one strike, she would be able to kill Xian Sitian. Xian Sitian had almost fallen into Yun Xing's trap. However, Yun Xing had underestimated Xian Sitian. She didn't think that he would be able to immediately use the holy magic tool on him in such a dangerous situation and avoid disaster. The failure of the ambush in the secret passageway meant that Yun Xing had missed the best opportunity to easily kill Xian Sitian. What would happen next would be an unprecedentedly fierce battle. Regent of Great Zhou, you're so treacherous. You actually set up an ambush in the dark. Aren't you afraid of sullying your reputation by doing this? Also, the zither music around the barracks and those deceptive papers were all spread by you. Xian Sitian clenched his teeth in hatred. He was the Grand Emperor city's mayor, the master of the Azure Dragon Totem. He had been the ruler of the continent for dozens of years. This time, he had actually fallen into the hands of a greenhorn. This was a great humiliation. This was simply a great humiliation. He had to get rid of Yi Baiming of Zhou State. Xian Sitian, how can I compare to you in terms of treachery? You killed your wife and stole her treasures. You also didn't care about the lives of your subordinates and snuck into the city to steal the White Tiger Emperor jade. Yun Xing was very calm in the face of insults. Being open and aboveboard was only for opponents of similar strength. Xian Sitian's strength was much greater than hers. If she met him head-on, she would definitely die. Since that was the case, she could only use her wits. Furthermore, she, Yun Xing, was not stupid to talk about being open and aboveboard with an old fox. After leaving the secret passageway and seeing the situation around him, Xian Sitian calmed down. He glanced sideways at Yun Xing, then at the secret passageway behind him. He understood in his heart. Looks like you already know about the God's Path. Even in the Grand Emperor city, very few people knew about the 4 pieces of Emperor Jade. Since the Regent of Great Zhou knew about it, that meant that he had awakened one of the Emperor Jades. After Xian Sitian found out that the other party already knew about the secret of the Emperor Jades and the God's Path, he did not get angry. Instead, he revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 968. So the ancient teachings of the Grand Emperor city were actually true. In this world, there really is someone who can awaken multiple Emperor Jades. What made Xian Sitian's anger turn to joy was that just now, he discovered that the Regent of Great Zhou had the aura of multiple Emperor Jades on his body. The aura of the Emperor Jades was one red and one white. They were clearly the White Tiger Emperor Jade and the Vermilion Bird Emperor Jade. Before the previous city lords of the Grand Emperor city passed away, they would all tell the new city lord to find someone who could awaken 4 Emperor Jades and reopen the Fire God's Path. However, among the many generations of city lords, there had never been anyone who could awaken 2 Emperor Jades at once, let alone 4 Emperor Jades. Who would have thought that there would be someone who could awaken both the Vermilion Bird Emperor Jade and the White Tiger Emperor Jade in the city's rebellion this time? Although this person was from outside the city, whether it was someone from the Grand Emperor's city or the Prince Regent of the Zhou state, as long as they brought him into the Emperor's tomb, the fire god's path could be reopened. Once the god's path was opened, becoming a god was just around the corner. Xian Xitian's eyes flashed with greed and desire. It was as if he saw a juicy prey swaying in front of him. City Lord, if you want to use me to reopen the god's path, I'll give you 2 words, dream on. How could Yunsheng not know the City Lord's ambition? Her lips curled into a dazzling smile. Her eyebrows twitched, and Xiao He and Tyrant Jean pounced forward like lightning. Yunsheng also waved her magic scepter, and the dark thorns on the ground and the roaring flame phoenix attacked Xian Xitian together. Ignorant brat, how dare you embarrass yourself in front of me with such insignificant skills? I'll let you experience the might of my totem, the Azure Dragon. Xian Xitian roared angrily as a jade pendant in the shape of a dragon appeared in his hand. The jade pendant shook and turned into a short green flute. Xian Xitian blew into the short flute. What came out of the flute wasn't the sound of a flute, but a low roar that sounded like the throat of a demonic beast. Xian Xitian's body trembled, and a ray of green light rushed out of his body. The green light broke through the roof of the city lord's mansion and rushed into the sky. On the city wall, the Yuan family's father and son, the Grand Elder, and the citizens of the city were all stunned by the green light. Everyone had different expressions when they saw the source of the green light. Xian Mimi and Madame Qing acted as if they had seen their savior. They cried and laughed at the same time. It's father. Father is here. As expected, he wouldn't leave us mother and daughter behind. The great elder's face was also filled with fear. With such a huge commotion, the city lord actually wanted to use the power of the Azure Dragon totem. It had been 10 years since the last time the Azure Dragon was summoned. It had been during the battle between the city lord and several masters at the level of Emperor Zhao. Who was it that could make Cheng use the power of the Azure Dragon? Yuanbu Po's expression changed from the initial shock to fear. He suddenly remembered that Yunsheng wasn't here. Could it be that she had bumped into Xian Xitian? Yuanbu dared not think too much. He took a big step forward and rushed to the city lord's mansion. In mid-air, a majestic energy rushed into the clouds. A green energy cloud vortex was forming continuously. The cloud vortex spun faster and faster, and the entire sky looked like it was going to press down. In the cloud vortex, the silhouette of a beast turned from blurry to clear. It was slowly showing its shape. When the cloud vortex formed, Yunsheng felt that the Shenong medical bangle on her arm was burning like a soldering iron. When the terrifying existence in the cloud vortex appeared, a divine beast's aura covered the sky and the earth. It rolled over like a tidal wave. In the sky, 1,000 meters above the ground, there was a majestic green dragon that was as big as the ancient city wall. The Azure Dragon had horns on its head. Its eyes were like 2 stone grindstones. On its body that was filled with power, every green scale was like the toughest shield. Under the lightning, it flashed with a chilling light that made one tremble in fear. On the Azure Dragon's back, there was a pair of powerful giant wings. As the giant wings flapped, the clouds churned. The entire sky was like the sea that went through a storm. The clouds churned and there was a murderous aura. The Emperor Jade Totem, the Azure Dragon. Among the 4 great totem divine beasts, the Azure Dragon was ranked first. It was also the divine beast that had preserved the most power among the 4 great totem divine beasts. That was because the dragon tribe was an upper divine beast even among the divine beasts. The sudden appearance of the Azure Dragon was also Yunsheng's first time seeing such a powerful and terrifying demonic beast at such a close distance. The humongous creature was like the Great Wall that stretched endlessly in modern times. It made Yunsheng and everyone else tremble in fear. At that moment, the Azure Dragon stood proudly and looked at everyone in the city lord's mansion and on the ground. The might of the Azure Dragon. This is the city lord's divine beast, the Azure Dragon. On the city gate, the mirage-like Azure Dragon that was incomparably real caused everyone to be intimidated. On the city gate, the guards all looked at the sky in fear. Their hearts were cold. The giant dragon's body hovered in the sky like a small mountain. As it breathed, the clouds in the sky churned. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. As the Azure Dragon appeared, two figures flew out from the city lord's mansion like shooting stars and stopped in the sky. The city lord of the Grand Emperor City, Xian Sitian. The regent of Great Zhou. Yi Baiming. Xian Sitian, you actually used the divine dragon's power in the city. Yuan Buku rose into the sky and stood opposite of Yun Sheng and Xian Sitian. Yuan Wuxia, don't be so serious over there. You took advantage of my absence to betray me. You seized my position as the city lord and captured my wife and daughter. Even if I disobeyed the teachings of my ancestors because of that, it was all because you forced me to do so, said Xian Sitian arrogantly after summoning his divine dragon. Ignorant ants, how dare you offend me, the master of the Azure Dragon. Those who go against me will only die. The Azure Dragon's deep voice spread throughout the entire city lord. The divine beast's fury could destroy heaven and earth. Even if Xian Sitian did not start a massacre today, the appearance of the Azure Dragon would definitely cause great suffering. Suddenly, the gigantic Azure Dragon swept its tail. Everywhere it passed, a strong gale blew sand and pebbles away. In the city lord's mansion, the roofs of many houses fell, the walls collapsed, and the ground cracked under the dragon's fury. Some citizens who could not escape in time were pressed under the walls and eaves. In an instant, the cries of children and the pleas of the elderly and women could be heard. Bupo, immediately send the elderly, women, and children to the underground shelter. Quickly! Yuan Buku shouted loudly. Under the dragon's might, Yuan Bupo was still a bit shocked. However, after his father shouted, he immediately woke up. He understood his father's meaning. Today, Xian Sitian had stubbornly summoned the Azure Dragon Totem. A fierce battle was unavoidable. When experts fought, the ones who were injured were the innocent citizens. At this moment, even the Great Elder and the others could not help but feel angry at Xian Sitian's actions. They threw away their prejudices and ran into the city to search for their loved ones and save the trapped citizens. Yuan Bupo saved an injured old man and saw Yun Sheng in the air. Bupo, saving people is more important. I have Tycoon Jean and the demonic beast to protect me. You don't have to worry about me. Yun Sheng said loudly. During the weekend, they all came back and stretched out their claws to ask for monthly votes. When they got it, they would release the fox. Chapter 969. In reality, Yun Sheng was lying through her teeth. Her condition was not good, and the dragon's aura affected her greatly. She felt stifled, as if she was about to suffocate. The magical beasts in Yun Sheng's beast language ring were also shocked. Even the king-level magical beasts were affected by the dragon's aura, and their combat abilities were greatly reduced. Although Yun Sheng's magical beasts all had extraordinary bloodlines, they were not divine beasts after all. The difference in grade between magical beasts was even greater than that of humans. A higher grade could crush a magical beast to death. She probably could not directly use her magical beasts in this battle. Xian Sitian, you're crazy. Do you know how many innocent citizens died in the dragon's rage just now? Yuan Wuxia was furious. He did not expect Xian Sitian to completely disregard the lives of the citizens. Ha ha ha. What a joke, these reckless citizens. I've worked hard for so many years to make Grand Emperor City reach the pinnacle of the continent one day and become a place revered by all. As for them, they're all greedy for ease and do not think to improve themselves. They only know how to drag me down. If I want to become a god, no one can stop me. Azure Dragon, kill all of them, leave no one alive. Xian Sitian had had enough. These pig-like citizens actually dared to depose him. Before they deposed him, he would kill them all. They were merely citizens of a city. So what if they all died? As long as he could obtain the 4 Emperor Totem Jades and reopen the Flame God's path, he could become a god. After becoming a god, he would be revered and worshipped by countless people. Who would care about the lives of these lowly citizens? Oh, you're so confident that you can kill us all. When everyone's attention was attracted by the terrifying destructive power of the dragon totem. No one noticed that a sneaky pink figure had suddenly appeared beside the green dragon totem. The inconspicuous magic array appeared beneath the azure dragon like a black cloud. The magic array appeared for an extremely short period of time, so short that no one noticed its existence. It then disappeared. With a flash of magic light, time passed as quickly as the blink of an eye. The roaring dragon's enormous body was swallowed by the magic light. Disappear. He's gone. The coiling azure dragon in the sky mysteriously disappeared the moment Xian Sitian gave the order to kill. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if their tongues were tied together and they couldn't utter a single word. No one understood what was going on. Xian Sitian's red eyes were about to burst as he stammered, "This is impossible, how is this possible, my azure dragon, my totem azure dragon?" Only Yun Sheng and Baby Sheep knew what had happened. Exile was the only skill that Baby Sheep could use, spatial exile. When Yun Sheng was attacking Grand Emperor City, she had already thought about it. If she were to encounter Xian Sitian and his divine beast in the end, her last resort would be to borrow Kiss Sheep's exile skill. "Papa, how long can you last?" Taking advantage of the fact that no one was able to react, Yun Sheng asked Papa. "Papa, the totem azure dragon's godly power is too strong. It's very difficult to suppress. At most, it can only last for 15 minutes. Papa was also half dead from exhaustion. If Papa really became an adult divine beast, exile would be enough to make the other party suffer even if they were to encounter a divine beast. However, it was still a world divine beast. Furthermore, it hadn't been long since it hatched, its body was still small and its magic power was insufficient. There was still a lot of restrictions when using exile. Forcefully moving the totem azure dragon, whose body was as large as a small hill, into an unknown space, Baby Sheep was already half dead from exhaustion. If it were an ordinary divine beast or even a king-level divine beast, Papa was confident that it would be able to exile it for at least an hour. However, the azure dragon was different, even if it didn't possess the full power of a divine beast. Exile could only be used on the azure dragon totem for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the azure dragon would automatically return. 15 minutes, time was very tight. If she couldn't make Xian Sitian compromise in 15 minutes, then everything would be meaningless. A layer of sweat had already appeared on the tip of Yun Sheng's nose. Azure Dragon. Where did you hide the Azure Dragon? After losing the Azure Dragon, the city lord of Grand Emperor City, Xian Sitian, was like a madman. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. He looked like he was going to fight Yun Sheng to the death. "Xian Sitian, I've already captured the Azure Dragon. As long as you agree to 2 conditions, I can release the Azure Dragon. First, hand over the position of City Lord. Second, never step into Grand Emperor City again." Yun Sheng knew in her heart that she was far from being Xian Sitian's match in terms of power. It was also impossible for her to kill him now. *T, Grand Emperor City belongs to my Xian family. You're just a mere human. How can you capture the Azure Dragon? Xian Sitian was furious. He raised his short flute, but no matter how he played, the Azure Dragon didn't appear again. Without the Azure Dragon, the city lord of Grand Emperor City, who had been prominent for a time on the continent, had become a very ordinary third-rate summoner. Dispiritedly putting down the dragon flute in his hand, Xian Sitian's expression was haggard. However, he was still unwilling to give up the position of City Lord of Grand Emperor City. City Lord, Father, please agree to her request. Madame Qing and Xian Mimi were at the top of the city wall, begging bitterly. Xian Sitian couldn't help but recall that several years ago, before Yuan Shahua was executed, the people of the Yuan family had also begged him like this. Time passed. He never imagined that he would have to face a similar scene. Madame Qing's call and his daughter's begging caused Xian Sitian's heart to be even more tangled. Yun Sheng was also very nervous. Time passed minute by minute. If Xian Sitian still didn't agree, once 15 minutes passed and the Azure Dragon reappeared, no matter how capable Yun Sheng was, she wouldn't be able to stop Xian Sitian. I agree. Send Madame Qing and Mimi over and I'll leave with them. From today onwards, I'll never step into Grand Emperor City again. In the end, Xian Sitian couldn't endure the torment in his heart. He took out the City Lord's seal and tossed it to Yuan Wuxia. Yuan Wuxia caught the City Lord's seal. He still had a look of disbelief on his face. Wasn't this reversal too fast? I've agreed to all the conditions. Return the Azure Dragon. Xian Sitian was furious. He didn't expect that with the Azure Dragon in his hands, he would still be forced to such a state. This is still not enough. Although I also want to believe in you, City Lord, please swear on your own Dharma soul. If there comes a day when you go against your oath today, you will be struck by lightning and die with your Dharma soul shattered. Yun Sheng's gaze was cold as she stared at Xian Sitian. Swearing on one's Dharma soul was the most vicious oath on the boundless continent. It was aimed at magicians. Even someone as fearless as Xian Sitian hesitated at this moment. Chapter 970. Yun Sheng became even more nervous. Time slowly passed, and if this continued, Bobo Sheep would not be able to hold on any longer. However, she did not know that Xian Sitian was also having an internal battle. The Azure Dragon had disappeared for no reason and could no longer be summoned. Something was definitely wrong. Could it be that the Regent of Great Zhou had mastered a spell or battle technique that even the Azure Dragon could not defend against? The Azure Dragon Totem had already formed a life contract with Xian Sitian. If something happened to the Azure Dragon Totem, Xian Sitian would also be severely injured. As long as there was life, there was no need to fear that he would not be able to take back Grand Emperor City. So what if he swore? If he, Xian Sitian, became a god, even the heavens would not be able to do anything to him. Alright, I, Xian Sitian, swear that after I hand over the position of City Lord, I will never invade Grand Emperor City again. If I violate this oath, I will definitely die with my soul shattered. Xian Sitian immediately swore. However, when he swore, a trace of viciousness flashed across his eyes. He said the last word. Master, Bobo has already done his best. Bobo Sheep's body went limp. With a flash of magical light, the Azure Dragon Totem appeared in the sky again. This back and forth was like a magic trick. However, since Xian Sitian had already swore, Yun Sheng did not think that he would dare to go against his oath. Xian Sitian checked and found that the Azure Dragon Totem was not injured at all. He communicated with the Azure Dragon Totem using his divine sense, but the Azure Dragon Totem could not clearly tell him where it had gone. It was as if someone had instantly cast a spell like Earth Escape or Wind Escape. Damn it, Yi Baiming, how dare you make a fool of me? I will never let you go. Azure Dragon, devour that human. Xian Sitian flew into a rage out of humiliation. He had been played like a fool. Xian Sitian, you swore. Are you not afraid that you will break your oath and your soul will be shattered? Although Yun Sheng already knew that Xian Sitian was despicable, she did not expect him to immediately change his mind. I agreed to let Di Hongqing go, but I never said I would let you go. Capturing you is equivalent to having the White Tiger and Vermilion Bird Emperor's jade. Obediently allow yourself to be captured. Xian Sitian laughed loudly. The azure dragon in the sky extended its dragon claw towards Yunsheng. "Don't hurt my dear master." Popping Sheep's pink body stood in front of Yunsheng. "Ignorant universe god beast, get lost." The azure dragon totem roared. It completely ignored the Popping Sheep. With a swipe of its claw, the weakened Popping Sheep was slapped away. The sharp dragon claws were about to grab Yunsheng. On Yunsheng's bracelet, a white and a red light flashed. The vermilion bird totem and the white tiger totem showed their beast forms. They didn't want to fight with the azure dragon totem, but the azure dragon totem kept making mistakes, and they couldn't bear it anymore. "Big brother azure dragon. Don't help the tyrant anymore." The two beasts saw how the azure dragon was manipulated by Xian Sitian. It lost its godly beast nature and caused Di Hongqing to be plunged into misery and suffering. They felt helpless and pained. "White tiger, vermilion bird, why are you protecting that weak human?" The azure dragon totem's dragon claw stopped in midair. Facing the two godly beast companions who had gone through life and death with it, the azure dragon totem's dragon eyes showed a trace of hesitation. Although it was under Xian Sitian's control, it was still able to maintain a certain level of clarity in front of its close friends. "Big brother azure dragon, this person isn't an ordinary human. She's the one who woke us up. We believe that she's the one Emperor Nine Flames spoke of. She's the one who can reopen the path to the Flame God realm," the vermilion bird and white tiger said in unison. Hearing this, the hesitation in the azure dragon totem's eyes became even more obvious. Xian Sitian was shocked. He hurriedly picked up his jade flute and played the 8th movement of the Di Hong song. Once the Di Hong song was played, the azure dragon totem, who was still hesitating, gradually lost its consciousness. Its dragon eyes were filled with the color of blood. It roared angrily at the sky. Its dragon body flipped, revealing its ferocious appearance. "Oh no, Big brother azure dragon has lost control. Ants of the human race, quickly, play the Di Hong song and awaken Big brother azure dragon's consciousness." The white tiger and vermilion bird were shocked and they saw that the azure dragon was being controlled again. They turned into two streaks of light and charged into the clouds, entangling the azure dragon. Under the effects of the azure dragon and the Di Hong song, even the white tiger and vermilion bird could only resist once. The white tiger and vermilion bird could only hope that Yunsheng's Di Hong song could temporarily resist Xian Sitian's control over the azure dragon. Although she knew that her Di Hong song was far inferior to Xian Sitian's, Yunsheng still sat down in midair. She took out her 1,000-year-old ice zither and plucked it with her fingertips, playing the 6th movement of the Di Hong song. For a moment, only the sounds of the zither and the flute could be heard in the sky above Di Hong City. It was as if two generals were leading an army of thousands of men and horses to fight. In terms of the level of the Di Hong song, Xian Sitian was indeed above Yunsheng. He originally thought that he would definitely win this battle between the zither and the flute. Who knew that Yunsheng's zither music would become more and more coherent? The zither music also became faster and faster. On the zither, her fingers turned into countless afterimages. This. Xian Sitian's gaze sharpened. He suddenly realized something. The zither music. The zither music and the flute music were gradually fusing together. The regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming, was actually learning the 8th movement of his Di Hong song while playing the zither. How was this possible? An ancient battle song was extremely difficult to comprehend. The other party was actually imitating it while playing the zither, and playing the 8th movement of the Di Hong song on the spot. Unknowingly, a group of Di Hong City's citizens had gathered on the ground. Among them were Yuan Wuxia and his son, the first elder, Madame Qing, Xian Mimi, and the others. At this moment, they had already forgotten about life and death. All of them raised their heads and were dumbfounded. These people had all learned the Di Hong song, and they all realized something at the same time. Yunsheng was actually applying what she had learned on the spot. She had only listened to it once, and she had already comprehended the 8th movement of the Di Hong song. Other than Yuan Bupo, no one dared to believe it. They even thought that they were hallucinating. It wasn't a hallucination. It was the truth. Yuan Bupo smiled bitterly to himself. Yun Sheng was the real Di Hong song of the mainland, and she deserved to be called the number one. He had already known when she was learning the 5th and 6th movement of the Di Hong song. Yuan Bupo had previously played the 5th and 6th movement of the Di Hong song in front of Yun Sheng to please her. However, Yun Sheng had only listened to it once, and she had already completely mastered it. Unfortunately, the only instrument that Yun Sheng could play was the zither. If she were to play any other instrument, she would be completely tone-deaf. Cold sweat broke out on Xian Xitian's forehead. If this continued, by the time he finished playing the 8th movement, the other party would have already learned the entire movement. Was this the true strength of the person who had opened the path to God? Xian Xitian had never seen such a genius in his life. He would never forget it. If this continued, he would lose. He would lose miserably. Chapter 971. In the sky, the 3 divine beasts that were fighting were also affected by Yun Sheng's zither. The green dragon totem that was filled with murderous intent had its murderous aura gradually dissipated as it regained consciousness. Xian Xitian was terrified. Remove the city lord. Banish him from Grand Emperor City. His lover and daughter were still in the enemy's hands. Despairing thoughts flashed through Xian Xitian's mind. If this continued, Grand Emperor City would be gone and even the green dragon totem would be subdued by the enemy. There was nothing left. There was nothing left. Xian Xitian didn't dare to think any further. All of this was because of that person. Xian Xitian looked at the regent of Great Zhou in the sky. Ice and fire. It was different from Xian Xitian's desperate situation. Yun Sheng was currently in a delicate situation that she had never been in before. Just now, in order to control the green dragon totem that had gone out of control, she had braced herself and learned the 8th chapter of the Honggu. However, as the sound of the zither continued to play, Yun Sheng only felt that something was happening in her body that she had never experienced before. The Shengnong medical bangle on her hand became hotter and hotter, as if it was going to melt her hand. In her body, every inch of her tendons, every pore, and every organ was filled with the power of the jade marrow technique, rushing straight to Yun Sheng's dantian. Yun Sheng felt as if her soul was groaning. Every inch of her skin and flesh was absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the haze, Yun Sheng seemed to see a figure appear in the sky. It was a man dressed in a robe with 9 dragons and flames beneath his feet. With every step he took, an angry lotus bloomed under his feet. Divine light shone around him. The man flicked his sleeves and 9 dragons that were engulfed in flames appeared in the sky. The 9 dragons flashed with golden light and turned into a golden 9 dragon zither. Yun Sheng couldn't see the man's face clearly. The only thing she remembered was that his eyes were deep and vast, like the origin of the universe. They seemed to contain endless mystery and power. Yun Sheng's heart trembled. She suddenly understood. Emperor 9 Flames. Or rather, the Flame Emperor of Shengnong. Through a Di Hong song, she had actually seen the appearance of the God Emperor. In the sky, the 3 divine totem beasts turned pale with fright. At the same time, they also felt the might of the God Emperor. The 3 divine beasts all prostrated themselves on the ground. However, only Yun Sheng and the 3 divine beasts were able to sense the might of a God Emperor. The others in the Grand Emperor City were unable to sense it. However, they realized that at that moment, Yun Sheng's music suddenly changed. They only knew that the 3 mythological beasts that were still fighting in the sky suddenly knelt down in front of Yun Sheng. Prince Regent, which was still a little stiff, suddenly changed its tune. Prince Regent plucked the strings of the guqin with a solemn and dignified expression. The sound of the guqin was like a magnificent waterfall. Vaguely, it already had the momentum of swallowing rivers and mountains. This majestic aura caused everyone's hearts to tremble. This was because when Yunsheng saw the Emperor Nine Flames, she felt as if she had been enlightened just by seeing the appearance of the God Emperor. She immediately understood many of the mysteries of the Di Hong song. Yunsheng's change was a lifelong benefit to herself. However, to Xian Sitian, it only made him even crazier. Jealousy and hatred were all replaced by a dark and twisted power that slowly devoured Xian Sitian's consciousness. In the air, Xian Sitian, who was in despair and pain, spat out a ball of black magic power from the short flute in his hand. That ball of black magic power formed a black vortex beside Xian Sitian. The sky was torn in half by that vortex. Magic power continuously flowed into the magic vortex in Xian Sitian's body. The magic vortex was formed suddenly and its power was so great that it was impossible to guard against it. Within the vortex, Xian Sitian was like an evil spirit. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. His body was slowly being swallowed by the vortex. Father. When Madame Qing and Xian Mimi saw Xian Sitian's current state, they wanted to go up and stop him. However, they were sucked into the vortex and instantly turned into a bloody mess. After the magic vortex absorbed the flesh of a living person, it expanded a little. Xian Sitian, who had killed his wife and daughter, became even crazier. He was like a hungry beast as he cackled. You! It's you! You caused this city lord to lose everything. Die! Die! Xian Sitian pounced towards Yunsheng. At this moment, Yunsheng was still immersed in the God Emperor's zither music. She was completely unaware that danger was approaching her. Yunsheng! Be careful! Yuan Bupo only felt that his courage was being torn apart. He wanted to fly over and save her, but, bop bop. Qilin brat, quickly think of something. Master is about to die. Bop Bop Sheep was extremely anxious. In his anxiety, Bop Sheep suddenly thought of Yi Baiming. Little wild cat, danger. In the realm meditation land, Yi Baiming's eyes suddenly opened. The black scales all over his body seemed to have been ignited as they all turned golden in an instant. In the sky, the terrifying magic vortex was already closing in on Yunsheng. Yunsheng was completely focused on playing the zither when she suddenly saw a flash of golden light in front of her eyes. She thought it was Tycoon Gold. However, in the next moment, she felt her entire body fly up. A golden qilin appeared in front of her. The qilin picked up Yunsheng with its mouth and suddenly leaped, dodging the black vortex. Yunsheng suddenly woke up. A black vortex. God Emperor Jiu Yen. Just now, she had entered a state of selflessness. Also, where did this guy come from? When Yunsheng woke up, she was covered in cold sweat. She only felt that there was the sound of wind beside her ears. A golden qilin was holding her in its mouth as it dodged the pursuit of the magic vortex in the sky. A golden qilin. Yunsheng suddenly quivered. This was a qilin with a body like a lion. The scales all over its body were pure gold. It cut through the sky as if it was flying. Its posture was very elegant. However, the golden qilin's action of holding Yunsheng in its mouth was not very good. Although the golden qilin was very careful and tried not to touch Yunsheng with its teeth and only held Yunsheng in its mouth with the soft flesh of its upper and lower jaws, it was still a mouthful. Yunsheng had an illusion that the golden qilin's action was extremely similar to the action of a mother beast protecting its cub. Yunsheng could feel that the breath coming out of its mouth was warm and moist. However, it did not have the stench of ordinary magical beasts. Instead, there was a very pleasant fragrance. I say, big guy, can you change your action? I am now the regent of Great Zhou. Is it appropriate for you to hold me in your mouth like this? Yunsheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was this fellow treating her as a cub under its jurisdiction? When it heard Yun Sheng's complaint, a trace of amusement flashed across the golden Qilin's eyes. However, Yun Sheng did not notice at all. To Yun Sheng's surprise, the golden Qilin understood her words. It gently tossed Yun Sheng up and Yun Sheng landed steadily on its back. Chapter 972. Yun Sheng landed on the back of the golden Qilin and was stunned for a moment. Even without a contract, this big guy could actually understand her words. Could it be that this golden Qilin also had a powerful background? Big guy, what's your name? Yun Sheng completely forgot that she was still in a stalemate with Xian Sitian. The golden Qilin's golden eyes moved and it suddenly sped up. Yun Sheng was caught off guard and her body fell forward, her entire body lying on the golden Qilin's back. Hey, big guy, can't you be more gentle? Yun Sheng complained. The golden Qilin was very fast and it suddenly accelerated in the air like a golden bolt of lightning. Yun Sheng could only hear the whistling of the wind in her ears. She had no choice but to shut her mouth and hug the golden Qilin's neck tightly. Although the golden Qilin had a lot of scales, they were not prickly. They were even as smooth as silk. Yun Sheng hugged it and felt its powerful heartbeat. It passed through its thick skin and scales, all the way to the bottom of her heart. An unprecedented sense of security arose in Yun Sheng's heart. In fact, this golden Qilin gave her a very strange feeling. As soon as it appeared, Yun Sheng felt very secure. It was as if she could entrust everything to it. Everything? Why did she have such a strange feeling? Roar! Yun Sheng's thoughts were interrupted. The magic vortex that Xian Sitian had transformed into behind her was already closing in on her. Wherever the magic vortex passed, the wind swept away the clouds and all the magic elements and clouds were sucked into it. Xian Sitian himself had already been completely engulfed by the magic vortex. Only a pair of murky, bloodshot eyes remained within the magic vortex, swallowing and spitting as he let out a smile that made people feel refreshed. The golden Qilin stopped. There were 4 auspicious clouds under its feet. It was just standing there, but it was like an immovable god. The magic vortex was actually unable to move it at all. Big guy, that magic whirlpool has dark magic power. Its devouring power is amazing. Put me down, its target is me. Yun Sheng did not want to be a burden to this golden Qilin that had appeared out of nowhere. The golden Qilin let out an unwilling roar. Thousands of golden rays burst out of its body like a scorching sun. It was as if a scorching sun was hanging in the sky. Yun Sheng only felt that the golden Qilin body beneath her was constantly expanding. In the blink of an eye, the golden Qilin's body expanded several hundred times. It was like a majestic mountain. Even the azure dragon from before paled in comparison to the golden Qilin. The burning demon heart sutra's Qilin mirage. The golden Qilin opened its mouth, and swallowed the magic vortex in one gulp. Yun Sheng was dumbstruck. She didn't even know that the golden Qilin had fallen from the sky. Yun Sheng, are you alright? Yuan Bupo jumped down from the city wall and was about to help Yun Sheng up. However, just as he extended his hand, the golden Qilin's golden eyes glared at him fiercely. A terrifying aura that was not inferior to a godly beast's aura caused Yuan Bupo's legs to tremble. His chest felt tight, and he took a few steps back. He had no choice but to retract his hand. The golden Qilin seemed to be very hostile towards him. However, Yuan Bupo had no idea when he had offended the Qilin. Yuan Bupo clearly saw how the golden Qilin had swallowed Xian Sitian in one gulp. It could even swallow Xian Sitian, who was demonized, in one gulp. Even if the Qilin was not a godly beast, it was close to one. Why are you being so fierce? He's my friend. Yun Sheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. She patted the golden Qilin's head and signaled it to put her down. The ferocious-looking golden Qilin obediently lowered its front limbs and allowed Yun Sheng to climb down. Bobo, well done. Bobo Sheep pounced on Yun Sheng and the golden qilin and jumped up and down. Looking at its reaction, it seemed to be very close to the golden qilin. Bobo Sheep, is this your friend? Yun Sheng was surprised and pointed at the golden qilin. The qilin was covered in golden scales. It had an elegant posture, and its golden eyes seemed to be able to suck people in. For some reason, Yun Sheng felt strangely familiar when she saw the golden qilin. Earlier on, Xian Sitian almost killed Yun Sheng at the last moment. It was all thanks to the golden qilin's help. Looking at it, it seemed to be very close to Bobo Sheep. Yun Sheng naturally thought that the golden qilin was a godly beast companion that Bobo Sheep had found. Bobo Sheep, it's... Bobo Sheep wanted to say that it was the qilin boy, but the golden qilin gave it a warning look and it swallowed its words. It seemed that the qilin boy didn't want its master to know that it was Yi Baiming. Bobo Sheep, it's Bobo's good friend. It's called gold coin. Bobo Sheep blurted out. Gold coin, a few black lines appeared on the golden qilin's forehead. What kind of bullsh** T name was that? It roared at Bobo in dissatisfaction. Damn fat sheep, you're not a fucking dragon. Even if you like gold coins, you can't call me gold coin. Also, what was with this demon burning art? When it first started cultivating, it only said that it could control the evil energy in its body. The evil aura was indeed under control. However, after the cultivation was completed, the black qilin became a golden qilin with golden scales all over its body. However, it was also because of the golden scales that Yun Sheng didn't recognize it. The golden qilin was Yi Baiming's beast form. At this moment, he couldn't tell if he wanted Yun Sheng to recognize him or if he didn't want her to recognize him. Yi Baiming was still a little worried that Yun Sheng would blame him for leaving without saying goodbye last time. Fine, as long as he could stay by her side and not hurt her, he was willing even if he had to exist in the form of a golden qilin. Due to the ancient qilin curse, Yi Baiming couldn't directly transform into human form to meet Yun Sheng. Bobo Sheep, qilin boy, what's the meaning of that look? Be careful that I don't tell master. Bobo Sheep pouted. It was its fault for lacking in human vocabulary. It had only recently learned how to use the currency system of the boundless continent. Its recent hobby was to collect all kinds of gold coins. Its mind was filled with the results of collecting gold coins. In addition, the golden qilin's body was shining with golden light. It was no wonder that it came up with the name gold coin. Yun Sheng rolled her eyes and didn't have the strength to complain about this name. Bobo Sheep, help me thank it for saving me. If I have the chance to meet it again in the future, I will repay it well. Yun Sheng didn't expect that she had the ability to contract this powerful golden qilin. The golden qilin and Bobo Sheep were both stunned. Yun Sheng meant to chase the golden qilin away. Bobo Sheep, dear master, gold coin says it wants to follow you. Bobo Sheep was also anxious. What kind of joke was this? It had gone through so much trouble to reunite master and qilin boy. Chapter 973. Follow her. This time, it was Yun Sheng's turn to be stunned. She suspiciously glanced at the golden qilin. This golden qilin was covered in golden scales and had a noble aura. At first glance, one could tell that it was not an ordinary creature. It also looked very arrogant. As a summoner, Yun Sheng actually couldn't tell what level of magical beast it was. However, since it was Baby Sheep's partner, it must also be a mythological beast. It wants to form a contract with me? Yun Sheng couldn't believe it. Why would this mythological beast level golden qilin want to follow a summoner of her level? Could it be that it knew that she had the exquisite beast pagoda, or it found out that she had hidden? Yun Sheng thought about it and felt that Baby Sheep must have made a mistake. Contract? A trace of embarrassment flashed through the golden qilin's eyes. This stupid woman, she actually regarded it as a magical beast and wanted to form a contract with it. No, the two of them already had an agreement, but it was a marriage agreement and not a magical beast contract. The two of them still needed to form a contract. Baby sheep, dear master, it said that it doesn't want to form a contract with you. It said that the exquisite beast pagoda on your body is good for its cultivation, so it wants to follow you. Baby sheep smelled the aura of the Qilin boy that was about to explode. Sure enough, it came to take advantage of the exquisite beast pagoda. Yunxing snorted and looked at the golden Qilin with a picky gaze. This golden Qilin was not easy to manage. There was no doubt that it was very smart and its strength was also very tyrannical. Yunxing knew that with her current strength, she couldn't control it. However, having such a powerful magical beast, even if it was not her own contracted beast, there were still many benefits. After weighing the pros and cons, Yunxing decided to take in this Qilin. You can follow me, I am the master, you are the servant. I have to make 3 rules first. You are not allowed to be fierce to my friends, not allowed to disobey me, and not allowed to betray me. If you can abide by them, from now on, you are mine. Yunxing raised 3 fingers and counted the rules one by one. 3 rules. Was this woman trying to rebel? The golden Qilin was somewhat dissatisfied, but when it heard the words, from now on, you're mine, its dissatisfaction disappeared. Except for the first condition, which it would never abide by, it would reluctantly agree to the other 2 conditions. Like a king, the golden Qilin walked to Yunxing's side in a high-profile manner and gracefully placed its right forelimb on Yunxing's hand. In other words, the agreement was reached. Bobo, that's great. Master, that old geezer Xian Sitian was also swallowed by Dollar. His Emperor Jade is here. The Bobo sheep flapped its wings and brought over the green flute. The magic power on the flute dissipated and turned into a piece of blue dragon Emperor Jade. The totem blue dragon, vermilion bird, and white tiger also came to greet their new master. Yunxing, this time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster would have befallen Grand Emperor City. Because of the golden Qilin, although Audioboo wanted to say a few words to Yunxing, he could only obediently stand a distance away from her. You're too polite. This happened because of me, so it's my duty. Uncle Yuan, regarding the Black Emperor Jade, I have a presumptuous request. Yunxing hesitated. She had promised the blue dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird to obtain the 4th Emperor Jade and let the 4 totem mythical beasts return to the god realm. Now, she had 3 Emperor Jades in her hands. She only needed 1 more to open the Flame God's road. The last Black Emperor Jade was in the hands of the Yuan family. If she was not wrong, it should be in the hands of the current head of the Yuan family, Yuan Wuxia. When Yunxing opened her mouth, Yuan Wuxia knew that she wanted the Black Emperor Jade. Miss Yun, the Black Emperor Jade is related to the prosperity of the Yuan family. Although I am very grateful for your help in eradicating the Xian family, I'm afraid I can't give the Black Emperor Jade to you. Yuan Wuxia shook his head. The Emperor Jade was the most valuable treasure of the Grand Emperor City. It was also the past talisman for the Yuan family to enter the Emperor's tomb. Now that the Xian family had declined, the Yuan family would definitely regain control of the Grand Emperor City. Yuan Wuxia could not ask Yunxing to return the 3 Emperor Jades. After all, the Emperor Jades belonged to Yunxing after they recognized their master. However, if he handed over the last Emperor Jade, it would be equivalent to handing over the secrets of the Grand Emperor City in the Grand Emperor City, as well as the greatest secret of the Emperor's tomb, to Yunxing. Although Yunxing resolved the disaster for the Grand Emperor City, as the owner of the Black Emperor Jade, Yuan Wuxia was unwilling to hand it over. Uncle Yuan, I don't want to seize the Emperor Jade. I only want to borrow the Black Emperor Jade. Yunxing understood Yuan Wuxia's thoughts. She was an outsider after all. It was not strange for Yuan Wuxia to have such thoughts. Father, just lend the Black Emperor Jade to Yunxing. Other than me, no one else in the Yuan family can enter the Emperor's tomb. Yuan Bupo was vexed. Yun Sheng had helped the Grand Emperor City so much and even helped the Yuan family regain control of the Grand Emperor City. How could his father be so ungrateful? Yuan Wuxia saw his son's anxious expression and felt helpless in his heart. How could his stupid son be so stupid? Since it's inconvenient for Uncle Yuan, then I won't force you. Yun Sheng was also unwilling to force him. With her current strength, she was afraid that she did not have the ability to step on the path to God. Earlier, when she glimpsed Emperor Jiu Yan's true appearance, she felt that her Di Hong Song and Jade Marrow technique had improved greatly. Right now, she needed to properly comprehend it. Perhaps, her cultivation could increase by another level. If Yuan Wuxia did not want to hand over the Emperor Jade, in the future, she would think of a way to make him hand over the Emperor Jade willingly. Just as Yun Sheng was about to give up, Yuan Wuxia spoke again. Miss Yun, it's not that I am unwilling. It's just that the Yuan family's ancestors have instructed that the Black Emperor Jade can only be passed down to the Yuan family. If Miss Yun really wants the Emperor Jade, there is another way. That is to become a member of the Yuan family. After Yuan Wuxia finished speaking, he looked meaningfully at Yun Sheng and Yuan Bupo. As a father, which father would not care about his own children? Yuan Wuxia had long seen through it. Even if Yun Sheng was already married and became someone else's wife, his foolish son was still dead set on her. Previously, Yuan Wuxia did not understand what Yun Sheng had that made his son so infatuated with her. However, after experiencing the incident in Di Hong City, Yuan Wuxia also realized that Yun Sheng was different from other women. Her appearance was outstanding and she was naturally intelligent. The rarest thing was that this woman did not panic in the face of danger. In the face of danger, she knew when to advance and retreat. She was a rare woman. As long as Yun Sheng was willing, the Yuan family would not mind that she was already married and would accept her as the Yuan family's daughter-in-law. Yuan Wuxia's words were so explicit that everyone present immediately understood. Yuan Bupo's face flushed red. Yun Sheng was also stunned. Uncle Yuan's words meant that he wanted her to marry, roar. Beside him, the golden Qilin was extremely furious and roared at Yuan Wuxia. Chapter 974. The golden Qilin's roar shocked the Yuan family's father and son. The golden Qilin had been acting mysteriously since it showed up. However, everyone knew how powerful it was. Earlier on, it had been lying beside Yun Sheng obediently after making an agreement with Yun Sheng. Now that it stood up, it released its terrifying aura that was comparable to that of a godly beast. The golden Qilin was not small. When it stood up, it was about the same height as an adult man. At this moment, anger burned in its golden eyes like flames. The golden scales all over its body exploded one by one. It looked incomparably angry. In fact, Yi Baiming could not speak human language at that moment. If he could speak, he would have scolded them without caring about Prince Regent's manners. What was the meaning of this? He had seen shameless people but he had never seen such shameless people. The father and son dared to steal his woman in front of him. He was not dead yet. His woman could not remarry. Shut up, gold coin. Can't you see that I'm talking to Uncle Yuan? Let's make an additional agreement. When I'm talking to others, don't interrupt. Yun Sheng was embarrassed. She tried her best to appease the golden Qilin that had suddenly gone crazy. However, the golden Qilin's outburst had resolved her embarrassment. She understood what Yuan Wuxia meant. She could sense that Yuan Bupo had feelings for her. However, she could not accept Yuan Bupo. Yun Sheng's soft fingers gently caressed the golden Qilin's neck as if she was stroking its fur. Yi Baiming only felt that his anger was forcefully suppressed by her caressing actions. Uncle Yuan, I can't accept your kindness. Although in the eyes of others, I'm just a living widow. Yun Sheng felt a lump in her throat and she stopped caressing the golden Qilin. Living widow was how many people saw Yun Sheng. Yi Baiming had gone missing and there was no news of him until now. Yun Xing waited for him, temporarily acting as the Prince Regent. Deep down, she didn't know when Yi Baiming would return. Even if he came back, what should they do about the curse of the ancient Qilin that was in front of them? It was clearly a parting of life, but it was as painful as a parting of death. Upon hearing the words living widow, Yi Baiming felt a suffocating pain in its heart. It stopped roaring and stuck out its soft tongue to lick the back of Yun Xing's hand. As if feeling the golden Qilin's comforting words, Yun Xing felt a surge of strength in her heart. Yun Xing, why are you doing this? Yuan Bupo had already guessed the answer. Yun Xing was a determined person. Once she had decided on someone or something, she would never change her mind. I'm not bitter at all. I know that he will come back. Right now, he has no choice but to leave because of his difficulties. That man has never been an irresponsible person. As long as he doesn't come back, I'll wait until the day I die. Yun Xing's words were nothing special. She spoke as if she was talking about daily life. However, her words were as heavy as 1,000 pounds in the ears of the people present. A young woman in the prime of her life had said such words for a man who might not come back for the rest of his life. Yi Baiming felt a surge of sweetness after a sharp pain in his heart. He knew that Yun Xing was talking about her vow. She was using her most special method to wait for his return. He wouldn't let the wild cat down. Before it found a way to return to its human form, he would use his most special method to guard his woman. Yuan Bupo lowered his head. He knew that he would never be able to win Yun Xing's heart in this lifetime. However, Yuan Bupo smiled calmly. He could vaguely see the young man who had met Yun Xing for the first time. Yun Xing, as long as Yi Baiming doesn't come back, you'll wait for him. As long as he doesn't come back, I'll wait for you too. Is that okay? She could wait, so could he. As long as Yuan Bupo had his eyes on the woman, he would wait for her and pursue her even if the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled. Roar! The golden Qilin didn't just roar this time. It bent its front limbs and its golden body pounced on Yuan Bupo like a speeding arrow. Instead of talking, it was better for men to fight. If he didn't kill Yuan Bupo, his name wouldn't be Yi Baiming. $. I've said it before. Don't yell at my friend. Yun Xing's exasperated voice, accompanied by the golden Qilin's roar, echoed in the sky above Grand Emperor City. Time flew by. 3 years later, in the regent of Great Zhou's residence. The spring day was just right. The warm breeze, accompanied by a few rays of dawn, passed through the open window and shone into a room. A woman was sleeping on a large carved bed with her clothes on. Her long black hair fell on her shoulders. The woman was only wearing a thin silk dress. Her curvaceous figure was very alluring. A few rays of sunlight shone on the woman's face. The woman was still in a deep sleep. 2 charming dimples appeared on her rosy cheeks. Perhaps the sunlight had interrupted her beautiful dream. The woman turned around. She flipped around and suddenly realized that her chest was heavy. She couldn't move her body and there was a faint chill in her chest. As if she had sensed something, her eyelids moved and she opened her eyes. The woman's eyes suddenly widened, and her face flushed red in an instant. A palm covered in golden scales reached into her clothes and landed on her 2 soft lumps. Immediately after, the woman cursed and kicked with her long leg. She didn't care if her lower body was exposed and kicked to the side. It turned out that the woman wasn't the only one sleeping on the large carved bed. There was also a golden Qilin lying there. The Qilin's figure was very tall and almost took up half of the bed. The golden Qilin had already sensed the woman's awakening. As if it had already expected the woman's actions, it arched its body gracefully like a cheetah and dodged the woman's attack. It spread its limbs and continued to lie on the woman's body calmly. Unfortunately, the woman had woken up and the opportunity to take advantage of her was gone. $. You climbed onto my bed again. We made a pact. You're not allowed to climb onto my bed again. The golden Qilin yawned. Its golden eyes had a hint of ridicule. A pact? What 3 rules? The two of them, husband and wife, had made a 3-point agreement. There were probably more than 100 agreements. This woman made a pact every day. However, it was all one-sided. He didn't agree to it. Ever since it was adopted by Yunxing 3 years ago and returned from Grand Emperor City to Yujing, Zhou State, it had been by Yunxing's side. Although Yi Baiming was still in his beast form, mentally, he was a completely normal man. Earlier, he and Yunxing had to be separated on their wedding night. For him, this was already a serious form of physical abuse. It had finally returned to Yunxing's side. How could it miss the opportunity to sleep in the same bed with Yunxing? A certain gold Qilin said, "Good performance, everyone is satisfied." Chapter 975. A 3-point agreement. There was no rule in the world that a man couldn't climb into his wife's bed. After noticing the obvious disdain in the golden Qilin's eyes, the black-haired woman became even angrier. The black-haired woman, who was the current Prince Regent of Zhou State, Yunxing, had a face full of anger. 2 balls of anger were burning in her black eyes, making her look even brighter. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, pouncing on the golden Qilin, wanting to throw it out. However, the golden Qilin's reaction was faster than hers, and its strength was also greater than hers. Even when she used magic, this guy could successfully dodge her every time. In the past 3 years, this happened every time. She couldn't beat it every time. That's right, Yunxing had adopted the golden Qilin for 3 years. From the age of 15 to 18, Yunxing's 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. At first, Yunxing was somewhat repulsed by the existence of the golden Qilin, because although this guy was a magical beast, it was never willing to stay in the exquisite beast tower. Other than that, this fellow's other hobbies, other than following her around all day long and roaring at the man beside Yunxing when he had nothing better to do, was to climb into bed. At first, Yunxing didn't have any reaction. Baby sheep used to often climb into her bed. Her bed was big enough, so she just treated it as having 2 more beast-shaped pillows. However, as the number of times it climbed into her bed increased, Yunxing found that Gold's behavior was becoming more and more abnormal. First of all, after it successfully climbed into Yunxing's bed, it began to ostracize baby sheep. Later on, it used some unknown method to make baby sheep give up the right to sleep in the same bed as Yunxing. The beast monopolized the right to climb into the bed. What was even more outrageous was that one day, Yunxing suddenly discovered that Gold was actually a male Qilin. Previously, Yunxing thought that Gold was elegant and clean, so it was at least a female Qilin. After discovering Gold's gender, Yunxing refused to let it climb into her bed. No matter what, she was still a married woman. How could she sleep with a male beast? However, no matter what Yunxing did, such as setting up barriers outside the room, or moving to another room to sleep, could always find her without anyone noticing. In the end, every morning when Yunxing woke up, she would find lying next to her, unmoved by the wind and rain. In recent months, this guy's actions had become more and more unruly. Right now, it had developed to the point of attacking her chest. Yunxing decided that she was going to teach a lesson today. She was going to teach him the rules. However, just as Yunxing was about to speak, pounced on her and pushed her onto the bed. No matter how she kicked and scolded him, this guy did not seem to be hurt at all. Prince Regent, are you awake? It's time for the morning assembly. A maid's greeting came from outside. After hearing the maid's voice, unwillingly let go of her. Come in. Yunxing's face darkened. Several maids entered in a single file. 2 of them were holding tea and a basin in their hands. Seeing Yunxing and faces, the maids looked as if they understood what was going on. They were not noisy and spontaneously stood on the left and right sides. 3 years ago, when Yun Ba returned to Taiyuan Mountain, he specially asked these maids to take care of Yun Sheng from Empress Dowager Wenren. These maids all knew that Yun Sheng was pretending to be the regent of Great Zhou, but they never told others. The Prince Regent was different from other nobles. She was very easygoing and did not beat or scold the servants, so the servants were not afraid in front of her. They also knew that their Prince Regent was a summoner, and she had many magical beasts under her command. But among these magical beasts, besides the arrogant baby sheep, the one with the strongest presence was the golden qilin named Dollar in front of them. Almost every morning, there would be roars and sounds of fighting in the room of the Prince Regent. The maids did not need to look to know that Dollar must have climbed into the bed of the Prince Regent again. It seemed that only Dollar could make the Prince Regent change her calm appearance in front of others and become like a normal woman. It was the same today. Seeing the maids unable to hold back their laughter, Yun Sheng felt very embarrassed. It was all because of that damn Dollar. Yun Sheng glared at the golden qilin and felt that she had made a very wrong decision. Why did she agree to let the golden qilin stay by her side? This guy was here to make her angry. The golden qilin, Yi Baiming, did not care about Yun Sheng's angry glare at all. In fact, Yi Baiming liked Yun Sheng when she was angry. Although 3 years had passed and Yun Sheng was more mature than before, when she was angry, her cheeks were puffed up, and she looked like an angry wild cat. Not afraid of the roars behind it, it jumped down from the bed and went to one of the maids. First, it reached into the cup and drank a few mouthfuls of water to rinse its mouth, then put its paws in one of the wash basins and washed them. Although every day she saw Dollar wash up like a human, Yun Sheng was still not used to it. After bringing Dollar back to Zhou State, Yun Sheng found that Dollar was different from ordinary magical beasts. She did not know if it was because of its bloodline, or if Dollar had other masters before. Dollar was very similar to humans. For example, after it got up every day, it would rinse its mouth and wash its hands meticulously. And its movements were elegant and noble, just like a prince from the royal family. Even when it ate, it would let people cut the meat it ate and swallow it piece by piece. After swallowing, it did not forget to wipe its paws. Not only that, it also took a bath every day. It was not at the same level as the magical beasts in Yun Sheng's exquisite beast tower. Yun Sheng seriously suspected that Dollar was like a human and had intelligence. Its words and actions were not like a magical beast at all. The longer Yun Sheng stayed with Dollar, the more she suspected the origin of Dollar. Dollar was a qilin. Sometimes Yun Sheng could not help but associate Dollar with the night fox and the black qilin tribe. However, she could not detect a trace of the black qilin tribe on Dollar. She also could not feel any hostility. At least, Dollar did not have any bad thoughts about her. It was a qilin, but it was obviously not the same race as the black qilin tribe. She could not feel any hostility from it. Vaguely, there was a holy power in it. Yun Sheng also asked Baby Sheep several times. But every time she asked about Dollar's origin, Baby Sheep would play dumb and act cute. After washing up, Yun Sheng and Dollar finished their breakfast and went to the imperial palace of Zhou State together. There, Yun Sheng would preside over the morning court with Empress Dowager Wenren as Prince Regent. This was the daily task that Yun Sheng had to complete for 3 years. Chapter 976. The carriage rumbled. When the first ray of sunlight passed through the city gates of Jade Capital, Yun Sheng had already entered the palace. She had already changed out of her mourning robes. She had carefully concealed herself for the past 3 years, and no one had ever suspected her gender. Yun Sheng was already taller than the average woman. She was neither fat nor skinny, and she used a special vest to hide the fullness of her chest. Her long, flowing hair was fixed with a black onyx hairpin. She was dressed in a dark green court robe with golden cloud patterns. Her dark eyes were deep, and she looked very elegant. It was early spring, and there was still a trace of the cold night in the corridors of the palace. There was still half an hour before the morning court, but the palace was already bustling with activity. The palace maids removed the soul stones in the illumination magic array. Yun Sheng and the golden Qilin behind her shuttled through the corridors of the palace. "Good morning, Prince Regent." "Good morning, Lord Gold Coin." The palace maids and guards who hurried past bowed respectfully to Yun Sheng. A few young palace maids blushed when they saw the smiling Prince Regent. After Yun Sheng walked far away, a few palace maids who were in love finally dared to whisper, "The Prince Regent is really good-looking. If only he would like me." Put away those thoughts. The Prince Regent already has a consort. The Regent of Great Zhou had married 3 years ago. Although the Prince Regent's consort had contracted a terrible disease after marriage, she had been recuperating in the prince's residence for the past 3 years and had never appeared in front of anyone. However, the Prince Regent was infatuated with the Prince Regent's consort, and he had never thought of taking in another concubine. This broke the hearts of the young noble ladies in Jade Capital who were in love. If one were to ask who had risen the fastest in the past 3 years on the boundless continent, it would undoubtedly be the Regent of Great Zhou, Yi Baiming. In the past few years, he was the most famous young talent on the continent. Now, his fame was on par with later Qin Duge Xiu, Immortal Abode Divine Wind King, Penglai Prince Regent Ji Rumo, and Dharma Temple Magistrate Xia Wenxiu. He was already recognized as one of the Wuji 5 gems. To be exact, the Prince Regent of Zhou State was undoubtedly the #1 person in the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus. Of the Wuji 5 Annulus, Tang Yuan and Li Xiao had long died in a foreign land. As for the other 3, after later Qin's Duge Xiu ascended the throne, they gave up on the trend of expanding their territory in the early years. In the past few years, they were diligent in government affairs of the later Qin, and the state was stable. The Dharma Temple's young magistrate Xia Wenxiu was said to have suffered heavy injuries during a mission to search for a divine weapon. He recuperated in the Dharma Temple for many years and still didn't go out. The Immortal Abode Divine Wind King belonged to the elves. Elves originally didn't move around the continent, so there was very little news about him. As for Penglai's Prince Regent, this person was originally in the limelight. However, after experiencing a huge fire 10 years ago, his face was ruined, and he didn't show his face in front of others. Among the Wuji 5 Jade Annulus, only the Regent of Great Zhou, who replaced Tang Yuan and Li Xiao, moved around the continent the most. 3 years ago, Zhou State's emperor, Yi Cheng Tian, suddenly died in one night, and a rebellion broke out in Zhou State. The other countries on the continent looked on coldly from the sidelines. Just when everyone thought that Zhou State would decline, the situation suddenly changed. First, Zhou State's old general, Yun Ba, came out of seclusion and quelled the rebellion of the Marquis of Jiayuan. Then, Zhou State's martial emperor, Yi Baiming, who was rumored to have disappeared, came out again. He reorganized Zhou State's imperial court with lightning speed. The originally pedantic elder Chen and the others either returned to their hometowns or were given jobs without any real power. Zhou State recruited a large number of new civil and military officials from the common people, and the situation of the imperial court was completely changed. Zhou State's army was also reorganized. Long Feng came out and selected a group of soldiers to train into the continent's first army of demon warriors. Prince Regent Yi Baiming then appointed the Summoner Zone to form an army of demon beasts. Apart from that, Prince Regent also reorganized Zhou State's Royal Magic Academy, and invited many teachers and elders from the continent's magic elite camp to teach magic. Zhou State also signed an alliance agreement with Immortal Abode and Penglai. The 3 countries established trade cities, opened markets, and interacted with each other's needs. Later Qin and Penglai eyed Zhou State covetously, but they didn't dare to act rashly. In a short 3 years, Zhou State went from being a martial arts country to a country that valued magic, martial arts, and the summoning of demon beasts. In these 3 years, there were some bandits and rebel forces that caused trouble, but they were all killed by Prince Regent at lightning speed. It was rumored that this Prince Regent was ruthless and showed no mercy to those who disobeyed him. It was also rumored that this Prince Regent empathized with the common people, and every year, he would conduct free medical treatment in various parts of Zhou state. But since the Prince Regent took charge of the state affairs, Zhou state was peaceful, the border was stable, and the people were prosperous. In the past 3 years, the people in the palace had become accustomed to the Prince Regent and the golden Qilin beside him. No one doubted that the Prince Regent in front of them was a woman. Empress Dowager Wenren, who was initially wary of Yunsheng, had completely let down her guard. She and Yunsheng had become close friends who could talk about anything. In order to conceal Yunsheng's identity, Empress Dowager Wenren had put in a lot of effort. 3 years ago, she replaced all the palace maids and eunuchs who knew about the upheaval in the palace that day. She also replaced all the old palace maids who had seen Yi Baiming before. Now, in the hearts of all the people of Zhou state, Yunsheng was Prince Regent. In today's morning court, Empress Dowager Wenren and the Prince Regent listened to the advice of the civil and military officials. After the court, Empress Dowager Wenren rubbed her temples tiredly. "Your Highness, you forgot to take the calming elixir I gave you again. The elixir needs to be taken every day to be effective." Yunsheng looked at Empress Dowager Wenren, who looked a little haggard. In the past 3 years, the growth of Empress Dowager Wenren and the little emperor made Yunsheng look at them with new eyes. This seemingly delicate woman didn't collapse after her son was taken away by her. She put away her sadness and took charge of the state affairs. In the past 3 years, all the officials in the court were convinced by her. To some extent, Empress Dowager Wenren was not an ordinary woman. Empress Dowager Wenren more or less knew about Yi Baiming's background. She also vaguely guessed that the death of the Emperor of Zhou state was unusual. However, Empress Dowager Wenren chose to remain silent. She even dared to appoint Yunsheng, who she had only met a few times, as the Prince Regent. Judging from these points alone, Yunsheng and Empress Dowager Wenren were both extraordinary women. They appreciated each other's talents. Hearing Yunsheng's typical doctor's tone, Empress Dowager Wenren chuckled. She had been with Yunsheng for a long time, and she almost forgot that Yunsheng was also a skilled doctor in addition to being Prince Regent. "Prince Regent, please forgive me. It's not that I don't remember to take the elixir, but the elixirs you prescribed are all calming and nourishing the brain. I feel sleepy as soon as I take them. When I feel sleepy, the memorials in the imperial study will pile up like a mountain." Empress Dowager Wenren said helplessly. Chapter 977. It was not easy to be the Emperor of Zhou state. When Yi Baiming was there, Empress Dowager Wenren and the little emperor had an easy time. Now the Prince Regent was not there. Although Yunsheng was good in other aspects, she was far from enough in government affairs. Empress Dowager Wenren and Yunsheng discussed that they would preside over the morning court together. Other than that, they would take turns to read the memorials. "Empress Dowager, you don't have to worry about the memorials. I'll help you solve them. You just have a good rest these days," Yunsheng said in a casual tone. "Prince Regent, don't you hate reading memorials the most?" Empress Dowager Wenren knew that Yunsheng was sharing her worries. But when she thought of the first time she saw Yunsheng reading memorials in the imperial study, a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Yunsheng laughed awkwardly. "I recently found a way to read memorials quickly and effectively. Don't worry, Empress Dowager." Empress Dowager Wenren was puzzled. But Yunsheng did not want to say more, so she did not ask more. Empress Dowager Wenren was relieved and handed the memorials to Yunsheng. Then she went to rest first. "Let's go. The memorials are waiting for us." Yunsheng patted Gold Coin's head. They walked to the imperial study together. "That's right. Yun Sheng's so-called method of quickly reviewing memorials was gold coins. A demonic beast could read memorials and make accurate judgments. If this thing was known to others, it would frighten a lot of people. But dollar was just that magical. This was also the reason why Yun Sheng was still reluctant to drive gold coin away, even though she was annoyed by its bad behavior of climbing on her bed countless times. It was embarrassing to talk about it. She was a student who graduated from a modern medical college. She was not afraid of magic, medical skills, or summoning. But she was afraid of small memorials. In the first few years after the little emperor was sent away by Yun Sheng, the memorials were read by Yun Sheng and Empress Dowager Wenren in turn. When Yun Sheng entered the imperial study for the first time, she was baffled by the number of memorials in the imperial study. Yun Sheng was good at everything, but her biggest problem was that she had difficulty making choices. Moreover, the choices she had to make were not ordinary choices. They were all important matters that concerned the citizens, soldiers, and politics of Zhou state. In the first few days, Yun Sheng was so overwhelmed by these memorials that she almost couldn't sleep. But one day, she burned the midnight oil to write memorials and fell asleep. She woke up in the middle of the night and found that Dollar was flipping through the memorials. It turned out that Dollar couldn't find Yun Sheng at night, so it came to the imperial study. Fearing that Dollar's sharp claws would tear the memorials, Yun Sheng stepped forward and was about to make a three-point agreement with Dollar. She suddenly found that there was a pile of memorials next to Dollar. They were all stamped with the seal of the Prince Regent. And they were all memorials that she had been hesitating about. Those that agreed were all stamped, and those that disagreed were thrown aside. Yun Sheng tried a few times and found that the memorials approved by Dollar always had excellent results without exception. Over time, Yun Sheng simply brought Dollar with her every time she read memorials. Dollar also found out Yun Sheng's intention. At first, it was proud and unwilling. In the end, it couldn't resist Yun Sheng's flattery and soft pleading, so it took over the task of reading memorials. The effect of Dollar reading memorials in a day was comparable to her reading memorials in a month. Later, Yun Sheng read medical books in the imperial study, and Dollar read memorials there. The two divided the work, but they were happy. Over the past few days, there hadn't been many memorials. Dollar spent half a day reading through them all. After reading the memorials, it walked to Yun Sheng with a book in its mouth. Yun Sheng glanced at it and found that it was not an ordinary government memorials, but an invitation letter. The letter was sent from Penglai, and it was signed by the Prince Regent of Penglai. Prince Regent of Penglai, Ji Rumo. Seeing the three beautiful words, Yun Sheng raised her eyebrows. Yun Sheng had heard some rumors about Ji Rumo of Penglai, but she had never seen him. Penglai was a country respected by the Zhou state. There was an emperor and a king in the country. The emperor referred to the Emperor Zhou in red, and the king referred to the Prince Regent of Penglai. Although there was an emperor and a king, when it came to real power, the emperor and the king were neck and neck. The Emperor Zhou in red was in charge of the Zhou state, and the Prince Regent of Penglai was in charge of the government affairs of Penglai. Ji Rumo was now the Prince Regent of Penglai. As for Ji Rumo, he ranked first in the Wuji 5 walls. In addition to being the oldest, Ji Rumo was also a rare handsome man. It was said that when the concubine of Penglai of Gojoseon was pregnant with Ji Rumo, there was a bright moon in her arms. When Ji Rumo was born, there was an ancient mythological beast in Penglai. However, when he was 10 years old, such a person with an equally outstanding family background and appearance encountered a fire in his eyes. During the fire, Ji Rumo's face was ruined. Since then, Ji Rumo had never walked around the mainland. But today, he wrote a letter. Yun Sheng opened the letter. It was actually written by Ji Rumo himself. The letter said that recently, someone found that the Dutian beast blood sector was very unstable. The Dutian blood seal was faintly collapsing. Penglai wanted to invite the other 4 countries and several major forces of the mainland to Penglai to discuss how to repair the Dutian blood seal. 3 years. It had been 3 years. After reading the contents of the letter, a look of understanding appeared on Yun Sheng's face. 3 years ago, the Dutian blood seal was severely damaged and on the verge of collapse because of Yi Baiming's beastification. At that time, the head of the temple, Si Ming, and several elders of the mainland elite camp thought of a way to temporarily stabilize the Dutian blood seal. However, at that time, the head of the temple, Si Ming, had said that the Dutian blood seal could only be stabilized for 3 years. After 3 years, if they could not find a way to stabilize it, the Dutian blood seal was likely to collapse. In these 3 years, the major countries of the mainland would take turns to send people to observe the Dutian blood seal every month. Once there was any abnormal movement in the blood seal, they would immediately notify the other countries and forces. Last month, it was Penglai's turn to watch over the Dutian blood seal. According to the summoners in Penglai, in these few days, the Dutian blood seal was surging with a large amount of new beast blood clouds. Once the Dutian blood seal collapsed, the boundless continent would lose its natural barrier. The Bakra orcs who had been coveting the boundless continent for many years would definitely swarm over. In the past 3 years, the 8 wastelands and the descendants of the 8 wastelands seemed to be very quiet. On the mainland, there were no new traces of the descendants of the 8 wastelands. He Lin Lin, Hu Ling Long, and He Yao, who had appeared in the boundless continent, did not appear again. However, in Yun Sheng's mind, the terrifying power of He Yao was still vivid in her mind. Not only He Yao, but also her mother, Hu Jiusheng, and the curse of the ancient Qilin. Where was Yi Baiming now? All these questions were like a huge rock pressing on her heart, making her heart feel heavy. Chapter 978. In addition to the Bahuang tribe, Yun Sheng was also worried about later Qin, Dugu Xiu, Madame Qi Bai, and the others. They seemed to be very quiet in the past few years, but would the blood of the descendants of the Bahuang tribe in them really stay quiet? When Ji Rumo invited the regent of Great Zhou, he must have also invited the other 3 countries, the Dharma Temple, the Hunters Guild, and the elite camp of the mainland. It seems that I have to go to Penglai this time. Yun Sheng already had an idea. The golden Qilin glanced at the letter with a complicated expression. The invitation letter asked the major countries to be at Penglai before the 15th of next month. Yun Sheng decided to tell this news to Empress Dowager Wenren and, on the north side of the imperial palace, there was an open space paved with long stones. This was the drill ground of the imperial palace of Zhou State. Outside the drill ground, there were all kinds of stone beasts that weighed from 250 kilograms to more than 10,000 kilograms. Beside the drill ground, there were all kinds of weapons that shone coldly under the hot noon sun. The sunlight shone through the dense leaves and onto the ground, making the ground mottled. A few teenagers were squatting in a horse stance, and there was an incense stick beside them. These children were all about 10 years old, which was the most suitable age to learn fighting energy and magic. A person stood in the middle of the children. Wearing only a warrior's robe, the local tycoon, Golden Qilin, had his hands behind his back and was supervising the group of teenagers like a teacher. His cold gaze fell on the boy on the easternmost side most often. The young man was slightly taller than the other children. He had a handsome appearance, and he exuded the majesty of a young emperor. His warrior's robe was soaked, and the incense stick beside him was thicker than the average child's by half. When the Golden Qilin saw the boy's hard work, a thoughtful look flashed across its eyes. Prince Regent, Lord Golden Qilin. When they saw Yun Sheng and the Golden Qilin walking over, they greeted them. The teenagers greeted them loudly. Although they were greeting them, their bodies remained motionless. The young man on the east side didn't say anything when he saw Yun Sheng. He only raised his head arrogantly. This person was the little emperor of Zhou State, Yi Beiqing. 3 years had passed, but he still had some prejudice against Yun Sheng. In Yi Beiqing's opinion, no matter how much Yun Sheng had done for Zhou state in the past 3 years, she was still a thief who had snatched his imperial brother Yi Baiming's throne as the Prince Regent through coercion and bribery. 3 years ago, Yun Sheng forced Yi Beiqing to move to the palace furthest away from Empress Dowager Wenren. Then, she threw the 7-year-old Yi Beiqing into the Heavenly Hunting Corps for 2 years. Those 2 years were the most difficult years of Yi Beiqing's life. None of the men in the hunting corps knew Yi Beiqing's identity. They did not treat him as a 7-year-old child either. Yi Beiqing would train the hunters the same way. When they went on missions, Yi Beiqing also went on missions. It was there that Yi Beiqing tasted blood. It was also there that he earned his first gold coin with his young and trembling hands. It was also his first time fighting with someone to snatch a mission. It was also his first time drinking the blood of a demonic beast to survive. 2 years later, when the 9-year-old Yi Beiqing returned from the hunting corps, he had completely shed the image of a young prince who lived in a greenhouse. He was now at least 2 heads taller than before, like a little tiger. He was no longer picky about his food and did not even frown when faced with all kinds of training. He originally thought that his transformation was enough to make Yun Sheng look at him in a different light. However, Yi Beiqing was wrong. When Yun Sheng saw Yi Beiqing, she did not praise him at all. Instead, she found a new mentor for him. That was Yun Sheng's personal bodyguard, Tycoon Jean. When Yi Beiqing first saw Tycoon Jean, he was a little disdainful. How could this monster, who did not have any sorcery or do qi, teach him combat skills or sorcery? Yun Sheng did not explain much. She only let Tycoon Jean and Yi Beiqing compete. That competition ended with Yi Beiqing breaking 3 ribs. Yi Beiqing also obediently shut up and acknowledged Tycoon Jean as his mentor. In Tycoon Jin's eyes, he only recognized 2 people. One was Yun Sheng, who refined him, and the other was Yi Baiming, who trained him. Other than these 2 people, he did not care about the little emperor of Zhou state or the warrior sage. That was why Yun Sheng chose him as Yi Beiqing's mentor. Judging from the results of the training in the past year, Tycoon Jean and the Little Emperor were indeed a good match. Little Emperor, 3 years have passed. You're almost qualified to be the emperor again, Yun Sheng suddenly said after observing from the side for a while. As soon as Yun Sheng finished speaking, a crack appeared on the cool face of the Little Emperor, Yi Baiming, which was somewhat similar to Yi Baiming's. Did he hear wrongly? That woman, did she just say that she wanted him to be the emperor again? God knew that Yi Beiqing had been waiting for this sentence every moment for the past 3 years. The implication of this sentence was that he, Yi Beiqing, had finally obtained this woman's approval. However, if he became the emperor again, did that mean that as the Prince Regent, Yun Sheng, was going to leave? For some reason, the little emperor, Yi Beiqing, did not feel the joy he had expected. Instead, he felt a sense of loss. Humph, you're indeed a fickle woman. It's only been 3 years and you're already planning to abandon Zhou state, abandon imperial brother, and leave, the little emperor said coldly. TSK, you don't learn the good things and learn the bad things. You and Yi Baiming are really brothers. You've learned a lot from him. You can't bear for me to leave, so you told me the truth. You insisted on making me angry. I'll only be happy if I use magic to turn you into a pig's head. Yun Sheng shrugged and exposed Yi Beiqing's words with one sentence. Yi Beiqing's little face flushed red when he saw that his thoughts had been seen through. He looked like a red-hot charcoal head. If that's not the case, why do you want to leave? You clearly said that you'll take care of Zhou state. Yi Beiqing had unknowingly regarded Yun Sheng as an indispensable part of Zhou state. I said 3 years ago that I'm only taking care of Zhou state temporarily. 3 years have passed. You, this pile of mud, are finally presentable. You have Cheng Bai in literature, Bu Jiuxiao in martial arts, and a group of young talents. Little Emperor, you're no longer the flower in the greenhouse 3 years ago. It's time for you to graduate. Little Emperor, you've done well in the past 3 years. For the first time, Yun Sheng looked at Yi Beiqing with a gaze of approval. Yi Beiqing was stunned. Yun Sheng was actually praising him. This vicious woman who had been mocking and tormenting him was actually praising him. I'm going to Penglai. It's still unknown whether I can come back. Zhou State will have to rely on yourself in the future. Yun Sheng waved her hand coolly, turned around, and left without looking back. Wait. Imperial sister-in-law. You must come back. The little emperor, Yi Beiqing, immediately understood what was going on when he heard that Yun Sheng was going to Penglai. Come back. Yun Sheng raised her lips and did not answer. Even she herself did not know if she could come back so smoothly this time. Thank you for your tickets and tips. Chapter 979. Yun Sheng did not turn back. Behind her, the golden qilin turned its head and glanced at Yi Beiqing under the scorching sun. There was a trace of relief in its eyes. It flicked its tail and followed Yun Sheng. When Empress Dowager Wenren learned that Yun Sheng was going to Penglai alone, she was still a little worried. Empress Dowager, you don't have to worry. The little emperor can now take charge of things on his own. I have also left to Heo Jin to protect him. As for other matters, you can instruct senior brother Cheng and senior brother Bu. If there are any difficulties, you can also contact my second uncle. Only Yun Sheng knew that she had to go on this trip to Penglai. A few years ago, when Yun Sheng learned that her mother Hu Jiusheng's memory loss was related to Penglai, she secretly swore in her heart that one day, she would personally go to Penglai and find a way to make her mother lose her memory. Back then, she did not go to Penglai personally because she was not strong enough. However, in the past few years, she had been recuperating. Especially after peeking at Emperor Jiu Yan's divine appearance, she had made great progress in her personal understanding. Even her magic and summoning techniques had improved greatly. In addition, she was accompanied by the Golden Qilin and a group of demonic beasts. She used the identity of Prince Regent as a cover to go to Penglai. When Empress Dowager Wenren saw that persuading Yun Sheng was ineffective, she could only let her go. One day after Yun Sheng left Yujing, a letter was sent to the Prince Regent's residence. However, because Yun Sheng was not around, the letter was passed to Yun Sanglang's hands. There was no signature on the letter. Yun Sanglang was very happy and his eyebrows twitched. She must go to Penglai. Yuan Shahua, who was at the side, saw this and was very puzzled. Sanglang, who wrote the letter? Sheng has already set off for Penglai yesterday afternoon. It's a letter from my eldest brother. He wrote in the letter that Yun Sheng must arrive at Penglai before the 15th of this month. Although there was no signature, Yun Sanghai still recognized this letter. It was written by his eldest brother Yun Sanghai. There has been no news about Yun Sanghai in the past few years. Unexpectedly, he has been lurking in Penglai. This time, he did not hesitate to expose his whereabouts and wrote a letter to Lin Luoran. He also insisted that Yun Sheng go to Penglai. Something must have happened. Could it be that Big Brother had discovered something in Penglai? Yun Sanglang was a little anxious. Yun Sheng had already left. He had to think of a way to send the news to Yun Sheng. In the Penglai Zhao state, in a dark water dungeon, a woman was soaked in the water dungeon. Her eyes were closed, her skin was pale, and there was no color on her face. But her face was unbelievably beautiful. She still refuses to say anything. The Emperor Zhao in red walked into the water dungeon. Behind him, several main summoners followed. The 9th main summoner was among them. Reporting to the Pope, this woman's mouth is very tight. No matter what, she refuses to say the way to go to the Ba Huang continent, the summoner in charge of the interrogation said. The Emperor Zhao in red walked forward and pinched the woman's chin. Yun Sheng, you still refuse to say anything? Since that's the case, the 15th of this month will be your sacrifice. As he spoke, the Emperor Zhao in red glanced at Hu Jiusheng from the corner of his eyes. But there was no change in her expression. The Emperor Zhao in red's expression eased a little. He asked a few more questions, but the woman still did not say a word. She was like a mute. The Emperor Zhao in red saw that he could not get anything out of her, so he left with the others. After everyone left, Hu Jiusheng looked down at the girl who had long lost her color. She said coldly, "Why don't you explain?" This sentence, Hu Jiusheng wanted to ask 3 years ago. Everyone, including the Emperor Zhao in red, thought that the person they had captured was Yun Sheng of the Zhou state, Yun Sheng, who was half celestial fox. But Hu Jiusheng knew that she was not Yun Sheng. She was just a celestial fox people who looked like Yun Sheng. This woman was timid and did not know magic, but she was a tough nut to crack. In the past 3 years, the Emperor Zhao in red had used different methods to get his subordinates to force the woman to tell them where the entrance to the Ba Huang continent was. The Emperor Zhao in red was an ambitious man. He was different from the other forces in the boundless land who only wanted to expel the descendants of the Ba Huang continent. The Emperor Zhao in red thought that in order to destroy the Bakra orcs, he had to uproot them once again. He even had the delusion of attacking the Ba Huang continent before the Ba Huang continent invaded again. But this woman who looked as delicate as porcelain endured the torture time and time again, refusing to say a word. Maybe it was because the woman's behavior of protecting Yun Sheng surprised Hu Jiusheng. Or maybe it was because Hu Jiusheng admired the woman's stubbornness. Hu Jiusheng did not dislike this woman. If it was not for the fact that the woman had to die, Hu Jiusheng might have saved her. One of us has to die. It's better for me to die than for her to die. Hu Sheng coughed a few times. She could feel a dull pain in her heart. That's right. No one would care whether she, Hu Sheng, died or not. Father would not care. He would not care if he abandoned her. But if Yun Sheng died, many people would be sad. Her friends, her lover, and her parents. Yun Sheng had everything that Hu Sheng could not have. She was like the sun. She was smart, knew powerful magic, and had miraculous medical skills that could bring the dead back to life. Compared to Yun Sheng, she was like a small black dot in the sun. Her existence was like a foil to Yun Sheng's beauty. But even so, she still liked Yun Sheng. She could replace Yun Sheng and be killed. That was also a kind of happiness. What else do you want? Hu Jiusheng asked. I want to go back to my hometown. But I don't think I can go back. So, can you, after I die, send my ashes to Zhou state and give them to a man named Abandoned? Hu Sheng said with a smile. Her smile was sad and beautiful. Even if Abandoned did not like her, she still liked him very much. Abandoned was the first man who was so nice to her. Hu Jiusheng promised Hu Sheng. She did not know how she felt when she left the water prison. When she walked out of the cell, a cold voice entered Hu Jiusheng's ears. Why didn't you save her? She didn't deserve to die. Yun Songhai, who was dressed as a summoner of Zhou state, stood not far away. You didn't save her. I'm not the only selfish one. Hu Jiusheng only cared about one thing. As long as Yun Sheng didn't die, she didn't care who died. Hu Jiusheng didn't say anything and left indifferently. Yun Songhai sighed and looked at the water prison. Yes, Hu Jiusheng was right. He was also selfish. But he still couldn't help watching an innocent woman be killed instead of Yun Sheng. He had written a letter to inform Yun Sheng and asked her to come to Penglai as soon as possible. Presumably, at this time, she should be on her way to Penglai. If she could make it in time, maybe the woman in the water prison could be saved. Chapter 980. At this time, Yun Sheng was ready to set off for Penglai. She first went to inspect the medical centers. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she obtained first-hand information about Peng Lai. Although it was called information, the information was pitifully little. That's strange. There's no information at all. Peng Lai is like a blind spot in the mainland. In the inn, Yun Sheng was frowning as she flipped through the information in her hands. Before Yun Sheng left Yujing, she had entrusted Long Hua and Long Feng to gather this information. Yi Baiming's Dark North Guards were not only an outstanding elite troop, but they were also an intelligence team. There were many Dark North Guards who had been hiding in various countries and major powers all year round. That was why Yi Baiming had been able to get a map of later Qin's palace so easily in the early years. Before going to Peng Lai, Yun Sheng had specially gathered all kinds of information about Peng Lai. However, after checking, Yun Sheng realized that there was very little information about Peng Lai. Other than the fact that Peng Lai was an island country surrounded by bad seas, that the prince regent of Peng Lai was Ji Romo, and that the biggest sect in Peng Lai was the Zhao state, there was no other information. In terms of danger to Yun Sheng, Peng Lai was even more dangerous than later Qin. In later Qin, at least there was Duguxiu. However, Peng Lai was under the control of the Zhao state. In the past few years, Yi Baiming's Dark North Guards had done a thorough investigation of the major countries and major powers on the mainland. Yun Sheng could even find out about the situation of the Dharma Temple. However, Peng Lai was the only place that was forbidden. Peng Lai, which was known as the Summoning Nation, was the most mysterious existence on the mainland. The Emperor Zhao in Red of Peng Lai was one of the few Emperors Zhao in the world. It was said that the Emperor Zhao in Red's magical beast was a terrifying existence. The Emperor Zhao in Red's mythical beast was a real mythical beast. It was not like the green dragon totem that Yun Sheng had encountered when she fought with the city governor of Grand Emperor City. Although the four divine beasts were also divine beasts, they had been banished to the mortal world and existed in the boundless land as divine beasts. Totem divine beasts, in terms of strength, were much weaker than real divine beasts. Therefore, in terms of true strength, the Emperor Zhao in Red of Zhao state was far more powerful than the city lord of Grand Emperor City. Moreover, Yun Sheng did not forget that Peng Lai had a prince regent, Ji Romo, who was on par with the Emperor Zhao in Red. Although Ji Romo kept a low profile, he was able to keep pace with the tyrannical the Emperor Zhao in Red in Peng Lai when he was young. This person was definitely not simple. In addition, Long Hua's information also mentioned that if Yun Sheng wanted to go to Peng Lai, she had to take a ship. This was because Peng Lai was an island country surrounded by the sea. There were also some demonic beasts around the Peng Lai Sea, so she had to be careful. It was best to take a large empty ship or be escorted by a powerful hunting group. It seemed that this trip to Peng Lai was already full of difficulties before it even started. Yun Sheng put down the information in her hand with a serious expression. The golden qilin beside her also noticed it. In fact, when he saw the invitation letter, Yi Baiming wanted to stop Yun Sheng very much. He even thought of destroying the letter directly. However, Yi Baiming knew that he could stop her for a while, but not forever. The relationship and hatred between Peng Lai and Yun Sheng had been doomed as early as Yun Sheng was born. Yun Sheng would go to Peng Lai one day. The Yun Sheng that Yi Baiming knew was someone who would repay kindness and avenge hatred. Many years ago, the Peng Lai Zhao state harmed Yun Sheng's family and made them homeless. The Peng Lai Zhao state was related to the safety of Yun Sheng's parents. In the past 3 years, because of the burden of the Zhou state, Yun Sheng had not investigated the memory loss of her mother, Hu Jiusheng. But now the little emperor had gradually matured. Empress Dowager Wenren had the support of Cheng, Bu, and the Baiming guards. The time was ripe for Yun Sheng to go to Peng Lai. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Yi Baiming decided to accompany Yun Sheng. Even if his woman had to go through a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, he would accompany her without frowning. At this time, Yi Baiming found that being a magical beast was still very beneficial. At least, he could put down all his responsibilities and accompany Yunsheng anywhere. A few days after Yunsheng's departure, several other countries and forces on the mainland also received the invitation letter from Penglai Ji Romo. In the later Qin imperial palace, Dugu Xiu stared at the letter from Penglai Prince Regent Ji Romo, lost in thought. His expression was uncertain. No one knew what he was thinking. "Do you plan to go in person?" Madame Qi Bai walked in. "Ji Romo specifically invited me to go. The other countries should also send important people. The immortal residents Holy Wind King and the Regent of Great Zhou will all go." When Dugu Xiu said the words Zhou State, there was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. Since they all went, she would also go. 3 years ago, when he learned that the Regent of Great Zhou had reappeared in the eyes of the world, Dugu Xiu had already guessed that he who was praised by the whole Zhou state was her. Yi Baiming was affected by the ancient Qilin's curse and turned into a beast. As long as he couldn't break the curse, he couldn't appear in front of people. Dugu Xiu still clearly remembered Yunsheng's expression when she learned about the ancient Qilin's curse. Yunsheng, that stubborn woman, had completely recovered from the pain. She replaced Yi Baiming as the Prince Regent for 3 years. This woman, once again, made him look at her in a new light. In these 3 years, Zhou state went from weak to strong. The changes were witnessed by everyone. "Humph, you want to see that woman, right?" Madame Qi Bai said sourly. Madame Qi Bai was one of the few people who knew Yunsheng's true identity. However, because of Dugu Xiu's warning, she didn't dare to expose Yunsheng's identity. Although Dugu Xiu let Yunsheng go 3 years ago, he seemed to be busy with government affairs and didn't do anything unusual. Like before, he recruited many beautiful women into the palace every year. However, Madame Qi Bai knew that no woman had entered Dugu Xiu's heart. He only cared about Yunsheng. What you couldn't get was always the best. The later Qin Emperor Dugu, who was pursued by thousands of girls, fell in love with a woman who had already been married. After Dugu Xiu ascended the throne, he moved into the Imperial View Palace, and the original Crown Prince's mansion was empty. However, on a certain day every month, he would go to the Crown Prince's mansion. When he went to the Crown Prince's mansion, he would only stay in one place all night, which was the stepping snow garden where Yunsheng had lived for a few months. That place was as intact as before, and it was exactly the same as when Yunsheng had lived there. Even if Dugu Xiu couldn't marry Yunsheng because of the ancient Qilin's curse, he had already lost his heart. In these 3 years, he had never touched Zhou state, because that woman was in Zhou state. Chapter 981. Seeing Dugu Xiu's soulless appearance, Madame Qi Bai looked on coldly. Her heart felt as if it was being cut by a sharp weapon. "Dugu Xiu, you are a complete idiot. Qi Bai, do your job well. It's not your turn to worry about my affairs," Dugu Xiu said coldly. "I'm just reminding you out of kindness. Patriarch He Yao has been working hard for many years. The Ba Huang tribe has been waiting for so many years. This moment is finally here. Don't ruin the plan," Madame Qi Bai said angrily. "I know. Prepare the ship. It's time to set off for Penglai." Ji Romo is not a simple person. Dugu Xiu took Qi Bai and a group of attendants and set off for Penglai. A few days later, on a large white empty ship that could accommodate thousands of people, Yunsheng was standing on the deck, admiring the beautiful scenery of the sea and sky. After coming to the boundless land, this was the first time Yunsheng saw such a vast sea. Although she knew that the future of this trip to Penglai was unpredictable, Yunsheng was still in a good mood. Although she had been the Prince Regent for 3 years, Yunsheng was still a modern female doctor. She did not like to be surrounded by people and did not like others to call her the Prince Regent. So she simply followed Long Hua's advice and chose a civilian empty ship to go to Penglai. Anyway, there was still more than half a month before the agreed time in the letter from the Prince Regent of Penglai. Yunxing heard from the everlasting Chamber of Commerce that in the large port near the sea, she could find a fully equipped empty ship to go to Penglai. The empty ship that Yunxing boarded was called Long Xiang. It was a transport ship of a local large chamber of commerce. It used large-scale wind magic and was driven by magic. The appearance of the empty ship was very similar to a modern cruise ship. When it was moving, it was quiet and there was no sound. Its flying speed was faster than ordinary flying magical beasts. Because Penglai was an island country, everyone who entered Penglai had to take an empty ship or a sea ship. Compared to the bumpy and slow sailing of a ship, which would also encounter waves, an empty ship was much more comfortable. Therefore, some wealthy civilians and businessmen who did business near Penglai all year round would choose to take empty ships. Flying Dragon was divided into 3 floors. According to her identity and the price of the ticket, Yunxing bought a seat on the 3rd floor. The price of a ticket was 100 gold coins, and magic beasts had to buy 2 tickets to enter. The crew members on the ship were not surprised that Yunxing brought a magical beast on board. After boarding the empty ship, Yunxing saw many people with magical beasts. Some of them were not summoners. Yunxing asked around and found out the whole story. Penglai was a summoning country. The number of magical beasts in the country was also several times that of other countries. The country not only used magical beasts for combat, but also domesticated magical beasts for food and various kinds of farm work. Generally speaking, people who were not summoners could not control magical beasts, but that was only limited to the other countries outside Penglai. In Penglai, if ordinary people who were not summoners wanted to control magical beasts, they must first go to the local summoning office to register. After obtaining a magical beast certificate, they could buy magical beast eggs or magical beast cubs from the magical beast merchants. Speaking of magical beast merchants, they were also a kind of merchants unique to Penglai. Magical beast merchants sold and bought all kinds of magical beast eggs and magical beast cubs. However, the magical beast eggs and magical beast cubs sold by magical beast merchants were different. They had been baptized by the Zao state and had been rid of the wild nature of magical beasts. Ordinary people could directly incubate or bring the magical beast cubs with them after buying them. However, this kind of magical beast eggs and magical beast cubs were only limited to low-level magical beasts. High-level magical beasts could not be baptized. In addition to being able to bring magical beasts on board, people dressed as hunters could be seen patrolling the empty ship from time to time. On the Long Xiang, hunters were also hired to guard against any unexpected situations that might occur along the way. The speed of the civilian empty ship was not as fast as the Third Elder's empty ship that Yunxing had taken before, but it was very comfortable. Because it was a civilian ship, there were all kinds of people on the empty ship. It was also convenient for Yunxing to inquire about all kinds of information. When Yunxing went to Penglai, she considered that she would meet some acquaintances, so on the basis of her original appearance, she used the method of disguising herself as a magical beast and makeup to change her appearance a little. Her skin had become wheat-colored, which was commonly seen by the sea, and her eyes had been changed to slightly slender phoenix eyes. She was dressed in black, and her whole person looked both low-key and hidden. However, Yunxing did not expect that although she had disguised her appearance, she would be targeted as soon as she boarded the ship. Baby Sheep went for a stroll again. Golden Qilin lay lazily beside Yunxing. From the moment Yunxing stood on the deck, a pair of eyes had been staring at Yunxing. Yunxing noticed that the other party was not hostile, so she ignored it. At a height of up to 1,000 meters, she looked down at the sparkling ocean of different colors under the sun. Finally, the owner of the gaze behind her couldn't help it. This one is Chang Wei, a magical beast merchant in Penglai. When you boarded the ship earlier, I had already noticed you. I don't know if we can be friends. Chang Wei was the largest free magical beast merchant in Penglai. His purpose of hitting on Yunxing was very simple. His goal was the golden Qilin beside Yunxing. Chang Wei walked around the continent all year round, looking for all kinds of rare magical beast eggs and magical beast cubs. He could see that Yun Sheng was not a summoner. He had seen countless beasts, but he had never seen a golden magical beast. Moreover, this magical beast had a strong physique, and there was no trace of impurities on its golden scales. It looked like a superior golden eagle. Friends were everywhere. Yun Sheng nodded at Chang Wei as a greeting, but it was not very intimate. Chang Wei saw that Yun Sheng was neither cold nor warm, and he was a little anxious in his heart. He could see that although Yun Sheng's clothes were ordinary, she could afford a ticket to the 3rd floor, and her temperament was not bad. She must be a young master of a big family who went out to experience. It would be good for his future business to have a relationship with such a person. Oh, what a handsome magic pet. This young master, your magical beast is really good. Chang Wei walked to Yun Sheng's side. Just as he was about to approach, the golden qilin got up. Chang Wei didn't expect this magical beast to be so tall, and it blocked his way with a vigilant face. Chang Wei felt an invisible pressure, which made his legs tremble. His originally envious face suddenly stiffened. Gold coins, Yun Sheng called softly, and the golden qilin lay down obediently. Seeing that this magical beast could understand human language, Chang Wei was even more surprised. This young master, what kind of magical beast is your magical beast? You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.